Hello. Sorry, everybody. I'm running late. Oh, and I'm Ah! That was a really, really rough start. That was a rough start. How's everyone doing? It seems like every time I go live on YouTube, I'm getting a different interface. It's hot as hell. And Lulu, I got your Venmo. And you're going to be read first, and your husband. So, what I want to do right now is I want to get my cards, prepare myself. Hey, Candace. It's good to see all of you. Good to see all of you. Happy Pride. Happy 4th of July. It's time to watch Independence Day. I always love watching Independence Day because I love watching the aliens blow up this country. Okay, hold on a second. Let me get my stuff. Let me get my things. That's one. That's two. This is three. Oh. And four. I was live last night. I went on TikTok. I was live on TikTok. That's a long story. I was live on TikTok last night. I gotta change my music in the background. I can't have all of this hoo-ha going on in the background. I need something more calm. Okay. What's up, Lauren? Oh, Jackie, congratulations. Good for you. Hey, Robin. Alafia. What's up, Trinity? Can you guys hear me okay? Can you see me okay? Okay. So, everybody, tonight is a night that I do live readings. Hey, Sarah. Benedición. That's blessings. Blessings to all. Tonight, I'm trying to keep tonight like kind of low key. When I mean low key, I mean I'm like trying to keep things like not dramatic. I just had spaghetti. Man, you know, I'm sitting there trying to eat my spaghetti, trying to slurp down my spaghetti, and I'm like, eating spaghetti sounds like a sloppy blowjob. You know, and all of that. Oh, so I kind of had that little revelation, and then I was like, I don't know if I'm still hungry. I don't know if I'm still hungry or not. I love being on YouTube. I love being on YouTube. YouTube is calm and quiet, and the amount of fuck shit is minimal. Everybody, if you can, please remember, if you're not a subscriber, to subscribe. And please, if you want to like or share this live stream, at least like it so that YouTube knows that you guys like being here talking to me. Next, I'm going to go ahead and start my evening of readings. Tonight I'm doing readings. It's $20 for 20 minutes to get a live Oracle and Tarot card reading. And I already have 2 clients who have prepaid. So I have Lou is going to get her first reading, and then I'm going to also read her husband. We're going to do that. Lou, is there like some kind of special reason why? Are you guys like having an anniversary or anything? Like to get the the twofer husband and wife reading? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Let me read you first, and then I'll read him. Do you guys like my cup? I bought it because I thought it would match my atmosphere. It's so heavy. Oh, God, it's so heavy. Ow, it's heavy. It's actually too heavy for me to pick up. Thanks, Sunflower Lady Baby. It's Brujo Ryan. I'm back to doing Brujo Ryan. See, now I still don't understand my YouTube live. Okay, so here we go. Before I start doing my live readings, I always say a prayer to God, to Oludumare, the owner of all possible outcomes, the owner of the pot that is never exhausted. I also give praise, honor, and glory to the Orishas and to my Loa, to my guardian angel, to Oshun, to Eshu, and to all the spirits that walk with me, the ancestors and the spirits of the dead that walk with me, that help me practice magic and also practice divination. I am asking that your spirits, anybody who wants to get a reading from me tonight, that your spirits step forward if they want to talk to me to give you messages. I'm saying a prayer and asking that spirit guide me in order to give everyone the best messages that are going to help them improve the quality of their life as they draw closer to the divine. Ashe, ashe, ashe. Oh. We're not going to talk about that, Autumn. I'm not going to talk about that tonight. I haven't heard from Magda, and I hope that she'll contact me. Hey, Jean. Yan. I'm in a great mood today. I feel good. I'm feeling good. I'm just getting the show started. Just shuffling up my cards. I just took a new vitamin D supplement today. It's one that Jennifer, Witchfoot, suggested. I'm vitamin D deficient. I'm having problems with vitamin D. I don't know why. It's probably because I'm not getting enough sunlight, but I'm vitamin D deficient. And I'm sorry I look like a mess tonight. I look like a hot mess. I also look different on YouTube lives than I do in my regular videos because I think YouTube flips the video, I don't know, or flips the camera, I don't know. I feel like I look weird. It's hot as hell outside. Thanks, Trinity. I believe this one has K in it. It's whatever Jennifer told me to take, and I trust her because she's the master witch. Really? Hey, Leah. Okay, I'm reading Lou. When I do my live readings, you guys can feel free to chat as much as you want in the chat room. It does not bother me at all. It does not deter me from my messages. But whenever I do a live reading, it's directly to the person who's paid for the reading. So, even if I say something to you that resonates, or say something that resonates with you, that's good. Just remember that when I do readings, these are not mass readings, they're specific. And then the other thing is, if you hear me say the same thing to more than one person, the reason why I'm saying that is because my cards always mean the same thing. These cards always mean the same thing. Regardless of the person that comes to me to get the advice or the divination, the message that comes from the cards is the message that I relay, okay? That is how I divine. I'm taking mushrooms too. I'm taking Paul Steinmetz. I'm taking the Host Defense Mushroom Multi-Blend, whatever, Mega Defense, Immune Support System, Immune System Support. Okay, I feel like I gotta shuffle these things one more time. So everybody, also when I do readings, I use 2 packs of tarot cards and 2 packs of oracle cards. So I use a lot of cards when I divine because, well, that's just what my spirits want me to do. Long story, that's what they told me to do, so that's what I do. You know what? I feel like the mushroom support really helps me. I feel like mushroom support really, really does help me a lot. You know what else has helped me? It's called Mighty Lungs. Mighty Lungs. It's made by Gaia, the vitamin company. It's plantain. It's got plantain in it, and it's got other stuff in it for your lungs, and that really helps me when I take it. I have post-COVID. I have post-COVID really, really bad. My lungs are destroyed. They got scarred. They thought I had a tumor in my lungs, and then they said, oh, no, you don't. They took a x-ray, and then after they took a x-ray, they said, we see something in your lungs. We need you to get a CAT scan. So then they did a CAT scan on the lungs, and they came back and said, oh, it must have been a shadow. But I literally thought I had lung cancer for like a month. I was mad. I was really fucking mad, and that really like gave me a lot of gratitude. Let me tell you, I got gratitude really, really, really fast. Nothing like a health scare to give you more gratitude towards being alive. And let me just say something. Let me just say something about being alive. Let me tell you something about being alive. Let me tell you what's so great about being alive. Because life is worth living. Yes, life is really, really difficult. There's a lot of bad things that happen here. But you know what? One thing that you're able to accomplish in this life, if you're motivated to do so, is you're able to grow. Your spirit is able to grow. You're able to become more compassionate. You're able to become more empathetic. You're able to become more awake. You have the ability to become more search for that divine connection. So there's a lot of really great pros to being alive rather than not being alive. Life is worth living. Life is difficult. And life is always going to be difficult. As long as you're alive until the moment you drop dead, life is always going to be a struggle. Life is always going to be a struggle, so life is kind of like a game, you know? It's kind of like a little test. I do believe that. I do believe life is a game. I like thinking about life as a game because I like thinking about life as a game because I feel like if you're going to play the game of life, play like you want to win. Don't play like you want to lose. I'm telling you, that's really, really rough, Candace. That's really rough, but I'm glad that you're getting treatment. It's called Mighty Lungs, M-I-G-H-T-Y, Lungs. And it's made by Gaia. If I can pull it up on my computer and show you if you want. Fake it till you make it. Okay, I got one more deck to shuffle, Lou, and then I'm gonna start doing your reading for you. My Earthcraft Tarot. Did you get that, Trinity? You guys, if you ask me a question and I don't see it, if you guys ask me a question and I don't see it, just ask me again, okay? It just means that I wasn't paying attention or I forgot to answer it. I know, Lauren. Try not to let it get to you, okay? I know that's really easy for me to say, but try not to allow yourself to be too agitated, okay? Because look, let me tell you something. Being agitated and irritated and having anxiety over said thing doesn't make it any easier to cope with, doesn't make it any easier to deal with, okay? So try not to be anxious. Okay, Lou, here we go. A lot of stuff going on in your life right now, honey. Looks like you got a lot of stuff. Interesting. Oh, you know what? I'm getting some kind of, you got a lot of stuff going on, but I got some kind of spiritual something going on over here. I got some kind of spiritual something going on over here. I just felt like a wave of something. Wow. Okay, so let's go ahead and break this down. I felt like, overwhelmed there for a second. Okay, Lou, you got a lot of stuff going on, and that's okay. You know why it's okay that you got a lot of stuff going on? Because when you got a lot of stuff going on, it means that your plot line is moving forward, it's advancing. And if you're having anxiety about it, it just means that life is moving at a pace that you just mentally and emotionally can't keep up with. And that's what anxiety really is, everyone. Anxiety is about life moving at a pace that you feel that you can't keep up with. And that's kind of like where you're at right now, Lou. There's a lot of stuff going on in your life, and you're having anxiety and you're having fear and you're worried because everything is just moving at a pace that you feel like you can't keep up with. The first card I pulled is the Nine of Swords. The Nine of Swords talks about sleep problems. It talks about like sleep apnea, nightmares, night terrors. It talks about, the other thing, sleep paralysis, or it talks about like having disturbed sleep and not being able to get a good night's sleep, okay? Or worry and concern. And we're going to come back to that whole sleeping issue later. I have a recommendation for you when it comes to a herbal tea that you can drink to help relax you in order to get you to sleep. So that's something that's very, very important. The next card that came through, really, really lovely for me, and I think this is important for you, and it's also important for your husband, okay? You pulled the Two of Cups, okay? And whenever I pull the Two of Cups for someone, it tells me that the person that they're with, or their relationship, or the person that they're dating or married to or whatever, that there's love there, that there's a connection there, and there's something deep there that needs to be cherished and cared for, and something that is a good thing. It might not always be a good thing. Being in a marriage is very, very difficult, and it requires everybody to make sacrifices. It makes everybody have to come to an agreement about how you want to live and how you want to move through space together. You know, when you get married, if you're like 20, 21, or 22, 23, or even like 18 and 20 or whatever, and you get married young, you have to realize and remember that the person you're going to be 20 years from now, 30 years from now, is going to be a different person. If you get married to somebody when you're young and you're with them for a prolonged period of time, you're not going to be the same person 20 years later. They're not going to be the same person 20 years later. We all change, we all grow, our interest changes, and sometimes, we grow apart. Sometimes we grow apart because our destiny is calling us in different directions. But if your destiny is meant to be to walk with this person for your entire life, then you will. See, I'm a very big, firm believer in destiny. I'm a very, very big, firm believer in that we all came here to do a certain thing. We all came here for a specific mission. And sometimes people are in our lives as long as they need to be. One of the messages that's coming through here is you pull the suspended person, okay? Or what we usually call the Hanged Man card, the suspended person. This card spoke to me because what the hanged person talks about, or the suspended person talks about, is don't sacrifice your own self on behalf of someone else or something else, or a cause or a group of people or your family. Don't sacrifice your own needs. Be verbal. Communicate with the people who are around you, your partner, your family, your kids, and tell them what it is that you need emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and physically to be happy. What it is that you need. And be very open and communicate those messages to everyone around you. And let me tell you something. If someone in your life cannot value you enough to say, this person is telling me I need this, I need that, I need this is going to make me happy, this is going to make me feel complete and fulfilled. If that person is not there for that, they're probably not someone that you need to have in your life. That can be your mother, that can be your father, it can be a child. So the whole concept of the Hanged Man card really has to do with setting healthy boundaries. Setting healthy boundaries for you. What is good for you? See, we live in this really fucked up back-ass backwards culture that is very, very, everyone wants to be independent. Everybody's got a goddamn opinion about everything. It doesn't matter what it is. Everyone's got a fucking opinion about everything. Everybody just needs to shut up for a second. Shut up and listen to everybody else. So we live in this culture where everybody's like me, 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 me. And I'm not talking, and this is not what I'm talking about when I'm talking to you. I'm not talking about being a me, me, me person. That's not what I mean. We live in this culture where everybody is like, it's all about me. But then when it comes to actually interacting with everybody else, everyone falls down and doesn't have any boundaries between one another. They don't have any healthy boundaries. This card is not telling you to be selfish. This card is telling you to have healthy boundaries between you and the people around you. Set your boundaries. And let me say something else. The other thing I want to say about healthy boundaries, Lou, is sometimes you have to reestablish boundaries with the people who are around you. I'm going to use your husband because he's probably present with you. I'm just going to use him as an example, okay? As an example. Let's say, you know, for some kind of reason you decide like Thursday nights are going to be your nights. You want a Thursday night. That's going to be the night where you go to your room and you read a book and you have your glass of wine or you smoke your joint and you spend time for yourself practicing tarot, doing ancestor veneration, praying, meditating, reading spiritual books. And if you say to your partner, hey, dude, like Thursday nights are kind of going to be like my nights. I want to be like left alone on Thursday nights to do my own thing. And he has a problem with it. That's a problem because that's just you establishing a healthy little boundary that says, I want this space is for me. It doesn't mean I love you less. It doesn't mean that I don't want you in my life. I'm just creating a boundary because I need that. And that's a healthy boundary. That's an example of a healthy boundary. But let me tell you, anybody who gets offended as soon as you establish a new boundary between you and that person, that means there's something going on with that person, okay? And I'm not saying that's your husband. I'm just using that as an example. It could be that you need to turn your phone off after 10 p.m. And after 10 p.m., you say, I don't want to talk to any of my friends now. I don't want to talk to any of my kids. Like after 10 p.m., my phone is off until 6 a.m. You can tell everybody around you, if you try texting me after 10 p.m., you're not going to reach me. But you need to think about that, okay? Spirit pulled the Six of Wands for you. And the Six of Wands says that you have all of the recipes for success to be successful to accomplish your destiny. The Six of Wands says that you will be successful. You will triumph. You will overcome whatever situations are going on right now in your life. They can be resolved successfully. Spirit is also saying that you need to be very patient right now. You pull the Nine of Pentacles. And whenever somebody pulls the Nine of Pentacles, what that talks about is your ship's coming in. Like, just hold out. Just wait. It's like doing a lot of work. It's like you've done a lot of work. You've put a lot of work into work. You've put a lot of work into family. You've put a lot of work into yourself, into your spirituality, whatever. And you're still sitting there and you're like, wow, I've done all this shit, but I'm not seeing the benefits. Or I don't see a return on my investment in my time, my energy, or my money. Be patient, okay? Spirit is telling you that you need to be very, very patient because your ship is coming in, okay? So let me tell you something about karma, okay? The doctrine of karma says what you put out into the universe will come back to you. All the good that you put out into the universe will come back to you. All the bad you put out into the universe will come back to you, but you're not going to get it all at one time. This is a very important point to remember, Lou, okay? This is the real doctrine of karma. This is by the sages, the yogis of old, okay? You have to think about your life as a pearl on a string. And all of your past lives and all of your future lives, okay? They're like a string of pearls. and you're not going to reap all the benefits of your karma in this life. Okay? It's like Motorola back in the 90s. You remember when you could like have free unlimited minutes after 8 p.m.? So you told everybody, call me after 8 p.m. because I can talk? It's the same thing. Karma rolls over from lifetime to lifetime to lifetime. When you incarnated in this life, you came in with a certain amount of credits and debts. Credits and debts. And when you die, and when you leave this world, you are also going to leave with credits and debts. And it's this juggling of credits and debts, which is the game of life, which is what karma is based on. God doesn't judge you. God, okay? God does not judge you. God is not judging people. That's what people don't understand. There's no God that's going to judge you when you die, in the sense of the Christian God or the Muslim God or whatever. God stands back and watches everything happen. God like is here to watch the shit show, but God put laws in order, like gravity, like time, like dark matter, like all of these things. That karma is also a function of the universe that keeps track of your good and keeps track of your bad, and it rolls over from lifetime to lifetime to lifetime. So your experiences in your life are going to depend on what's coming to you. See what I'm saying? And that's a difficult thing for people to understand and comprehend, because you're so wound up in yourself and what's going on with you. You don't have the perspective, you don't have the objectivity to be able to understand why it is you're going through what you're going through. Okay? You are sacred. Okay? The Earthcraft Oracle says that you are sacred. You are sacred. Your body is sacred. Your body is sacred. And your sexual energy is also something that's sacred. Okay? And you pulled my Ace of Wands. And whenever somebody pulls the Ace of Wands, that is encouragement for that person to pursue more erotic, more sensual, more sexual energy, okay? That means being more intimate with your partner, however you guys do that. It even means being more intimate with yourself, you know, getting some toys, getting a massage, getting some, you know, warming sensation oil, whatever it is that you want, and to take the time and spend more time focusing on yourself and focusing on your sexual self. So focusing on your female reproductive health, okay? That also means learning about alchemy, sexual alchemy, and also learns about practicing sex magic or learning how to use sexual and erotic energy in magic. I'm telling you, baby girl, you got a lot of messages coming through in the cards. A lot. There's a lot coming through for you. But whenever you protect and take care of your erotic energy and your erotic body, because sexual energy is magical energy. I didn't know if everybody knows that or not, but sexual and erotic energy is the same energy that casts spells. Erotic energy, sexual energy is magical energy. Okay, so generating that magical energy in you is good. It's good for your ovaries. It's good for your female reproductive health. You need to take care of your kidneys. You need to take care of your bladder. Okay? Yeah. So whether or not you're having sex with your husband or having sex by yourself, you need to be having more of it. Okay? What's the next thing that comes through? You pull the Lover's card, and whenever I pull the Lover's card for someone, it talks about your abilities as an empath. It talks about your abilities to be able to pick up on other people's emotions, pick up on other people's energies, and you have to be very, very, very careful about the people, places, and things you expose yourself to, okay? Spirit says that you're going on a trip, or you're going to be traveling or moving. I don't know if you're trying to decide to go on a trip or, excuse me. I don't know if you're trying to decide whether or not to go on a trip, or whether or not this means some kind of geographical move. But the Six of Swords talks about you journeying and traveling somewhere, going somewhere physically. You pulled the Strength card. The Strength card tells you that you're a very strong person. You need a lot of nurturing right now. The other oracle card I pulled is from the Herbal Astrology oracle deck, and it is Lemon Balm. It is nurture. It's the card to nurture. You need to be nourishing yourself. What does nourishing yourself mean? It means that you need to eat nourishing foods, okay? I want you to think about eating more nourishing foods. What does that mean? It means eating no sugar, eating honey, some maple syrup, okay? Get rid of all of the white refined sugar and bring in more nurturing sweet foods like strawberries, blueberries, watermelon, and fruit. You need to be eating more fruit. You need to be drinking more tea and herbal teas, and you need to be eating a healthy amount of saturated fats, coconut oil, butter, ghee, eggs with the yolks, okay? So try to take a step back from like processed foods. Try to take a step back from breads and pastas and carbs and things, and try to eat more, lean meats, healthy saturated fats, more nuts, more seeds, more fruit, okay? Potatoes, sweet potatoes, okay? Root vegetables. There's power in root vegetables and mushrooms, okay? So try to get rid of like the starch. There's 5 things that you don't need to be eating. There's 5 things that nobody needs to be eating, but I'm going to say them real quick. No white refined sugar, no soy, nothing with soy in it, nothing with corn in it, wheat. Try to avoid wheat at all cost. And the last one is alcohol. Try to avoid those things. All of those foods are inflammatory. So what I need you to practice doing right now is getting rid of any inflammatory foods in your diet. You have a spirit around you that is really, really, really pressing me. This particular spirit is some kind of, he's like a shaman priest or like a druid. He's a cloaked and hooded man. He is coming through as someone who is a spiritual person who is also deeply and intimately connected with nature. He gazes into a crystal ball. You have like a wizardy type person around you right now, kind of like a Merlin. And he's got, I can't see his face very clearly, but he's white or Northwestern European. He has white beard, goatee. He's more like a goatee. It's not like a beard. It's not like Gandalf. He's got white facial hair. That's a beard. And his colors are royal blue. He's got a royal blue cloak on, and he's wearing a royal blue tunic or blouse kind of thing. This is someone who works with the roots. This is someone that works with herbs. This is someone that works with medicines and herbs. So you need to be focusing on studying your medicinal herbs. We're almost there. Hold on. You pulled the Temperance card. And whenever I pull the Temperance card, it says that your guardian angel or your guardian spirit is very, very close to you. And last but not least, you pull the Six of Cups. And the Six of Cups always talks about running into someone that you haven't seen in a very, very long time. It talks about someone from your childhood coming back, or someone from your teenage years or from high school coming back. Someone you haven't seen in a long time is going to be making a repeat in your life within the next 3 months. Somebody should pop up that you haven't seen in a while. Someone that you liked. You need to reconnect with this person, talk to them, whatever. Those are the most important messages that have come through. Okay, you do have ancestor spirits that are around you. You have a grandmother spirit that's around you. But what I wanted to tell you about tea is that there's a particular herbal tea that I want you to get. It's called Ztox, ZZZTOX. there's a website. It's called Jeans Greens, Jeansgreens, Jeans Greens. They're an herbal tea company based out of upstate New York. Buy their herbal tea called Z-Tox. It has yarrow, which is good for your female hormonal balance. It has chamomile, it has peppermint, stevia, it has golden seal, it has valerian in it. Okay, valerian. You need a little bit of valerian tea to see whether or not that valerian tea helps you sleep better. So what I want you to do is don't consume any cannabis products while using this tea, because valerian and weed don't mix with one another. Guess what? I already tried it. I had a really, really bad experience mixing that herbal tea with a joint. So don't do that. If you're going to drink this herbal tea, do not drink this herbal tea along with taking any kind of sleep medications, okay? So my Cash App is Brujo Ryan. But you can find me. You can also find me, I think, that way. Hey, Snow. Hey, Pinky. So anyway, I want you to check out that herbal tea. Okay, Lou? All right. So that's my reading for you. Now I'm going to regroup, and I'm going to read Hubby. What's Hubby's name? Can I have a name for Mr. Hubby? Oh, good. I'm glad. Robert. Okay. Now I'm going to read Robert, everybody. Now I get to read Lou's hubby. We get to see what the Spirit has to say to him. Thank you, everybody, for coming and joining me tonight. It means the world to me when everybody comes around to hang out with me in my lives. Oh, there's Robert. Hey, Zen. Yay, look. So many people came to visit me tonight. It's all good, Leah. Thanks, Candace. I like hanging out on YouTube also because the other app sucks. I don't know why people always say that about my voice. Well, thank you, Pinky. You are more than welcome to sit and listen. Yeah, Spooky, that's funny. Hang out. Hang out. No one is obliged to get a reading. You can hang out and just hang out and listen. Listen and learn. If you guys have questions about witchcraft and magic, or you have questions about spirituality, ancestor worship, ancestor veneration, shamanism, or anything that you're interested in spiritually, I have an answer for you, even if the answer is I don't know. So any kind of questions that you guys have for me when it comes to spiritual stuff. Robert, I am shuffling up your cards now. Lou, I don't know what happened, but right before I got ready to give you your reading, I got like this total whoa, it was this big emotional feeling right in my throat. Right now, I'm getting ready to read Robert, and I don't think I have anybody scheduled after Robert, so I am open to doing a reading for anybody. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Yes, you can get a reading. Yes, somebody put Oh, Candace, you sent... Can somebody put Brujo Ryan in there? BRUJORYAN. Because I changed my Cash App back, my Venmo back. Long story short. It's $20, baby. It's $20 for 20 minutes. 21 minutes. I gotta shuffle this one more time. All right, Robert, you just gotta hang out. Shuffling up your cards. Thanks, Robin. Trickster Crossroads Spirit. There are tricksters. They're crossroads spirits. There's many different kinds of crossroads spirits, but a lot of them are called Eshu or Elegwa or Legba or Elegba. In my tradition, they're the Legbas. There's many different Legbas. There's not just one Legba. There's like a million billion Legbas and Elegwas and Eshus. It's a class of spirits or a group of spirits. More than a group, it's like an entire legion of spirits. So this is what you need to remember, is that whenever we use, like, especially in voodoo, people get confused. Like if you're in voodoo and you hear somebody talk about Papa Legba or Legba, or you hear somebody talk about like an Izili, it's not just one spirit. There are many spirits that are called by the name of Legba or called by the name of Izili. There's different ones. Are you trying to send it to me on Venmo? Send it anyway. You can send it anyway without verifying the phone number. Just look, it says so. It says send without verifying the phone number. But see if that works first. It should do it. I gotta buy myself a new coffee cup, because even though I love this coffee cup, it's too heavy for me. Okay, great, Spooky. I got Candace, I got Spooky. Okay. I'm in the mood to do readings because I slept all day. I slept. I'm like, I don't know what's up with me, but my sleep schedule is funky. Maybe this is just a new schedule my spirits want me on. I don't know. All right, Robert, I'm almost there. Great, Spooky. Oh, yay! Was that on one of my lives? Did I do that on one of my lives? Last deck. Thanks for that, Candace. I've been going to bed at like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Oh, so did you get benefit out of the reading? Did you get Awesome, Snow. Thank you. I got you on my list. Here, let me turn on my other phone. Okay, Robert, I'm ready to give you your reading. Hold on one second, Robert. I'll be right back. Let me Okay. All right. All right, Robert. Here we go. Let me just do this. Okay, good. Okay, everybody, I'm reading Robert. You can feel free to chat amongst yourselves if you want, but I am going to be reading Robert. Ashe. You like my mushroom pillows? Robert, did you have a son that passed away? That's crazy right there. I don't know why I asked that question. You had a child miscarried. That was a boy. That was a boy. You have a child spirit that's around you that's telling me that it's your child. As I was going through the cards, I was told that you had a son that passed, or a son that wasn't alive. And I think that's very, very interesting. And I just want you to know that whoever that spirit is that came to me is probably that spirit. It's probably that child that didn't make it. That happens sometimes. That child is going to continue to be with you and walk with you until you pass on. And after you pass on, you're going to be united with that spirit on the other side, okay? But if he was alive right now, would he be like about between 25 and 30? Do you know how old he would be? Yeah. Wow. He must be walking with you in a parallel universe. I'm going to leave it alone with that, but let me just tell you that you have a spirit. It's a son of yours that didn't make it into this world, and he would be about between 25 and 30 right now, but he's still with you actively. He's with you and walking with you. So guess what, dude? I got a lot of stuff to tell you also. And just hold on to your butt. Some of this might be uncomfortable. So something that's very, very important. Well, let's start with the good messages. Let me start off with some very, very positive messages for you. You pulled the 10 of Cups, okay? And got you, Kat. You pulled the 10 of Cups. And whenever I pull the 10 of Cups for someone, that tells me that your ancestors love you very much. And they care about you very much. And your spirit guides love you much, very much, and care about you very much. So the Ten of Cups tells me that your spirits are very happy with you, and they care about you. You also pull the Star card. And whenever I pull the Star card for someone, it tells me that your guardian angel, or whatever the spirit is that was given to you at the moment of your birth to walk with you through this life, is very, very close to you, right over your head. And also all the other spirits of the dead that are like in your spiritual court are around you and in alignment. Those are very, very positive messages for you, okay? You pull the Three of Cups. And whenever I pull the Three of Cups for someone, this particular card, Faith, Hope, and Charity, tells me something about your spiritual path. I don't know how much Lou has told you about me, but this particular card means spiritualism or spiritism, or working with ancestor spirits, working with spirit guides, working with your own guardian angel or your own guard, okay? These spirits are very, very close to you, and they're trying to reach out to you and talk to you in this reading, okay? The spirits of the dead that walk with somebody, they always show up through these images, through these signs. So it's very, very important, if you have not yet stepped on the journey of ancestor veneration, that you do as a spiritual path. So let's talk about ancestors for a second, okay? Everybody should have an ancestor altar or a little shrine in their home to the ancestors. If there's more than one person in the house, everyone might have their own little ancestor altar. Or you can have an ancestor altar that represents everyone's ancestors in your home. But ancestors are very important to you. If you haven't had an ancestry DNA test, or if you haven't had a 23andMe test yet to find out the geographical regions from which your family migrated from over the past, 1,000 years, you should do that. You should find out more about where your people come from, so that you can learn more about them. And you do have an ancestor altar up, which is really, really great. That's really beautiful. That's good. So Spirit says that you need to do inner child healing, that there's inner child work. You pulled the one card that I have in all of my decks of cards that talks about inner child healing. What is inner child healing like? Being able to realize and recognize that you didn't receive and get everything that you needed in your childhood to make you feel whole and complete. That's all that matters. That's all that it means. It's not deep. We don't have to make it really deep, okay? It means that there were things that you needed when you were a little boy that you didn't get. It could have been affection. It could have been care, or it could have been education, okay? Sometimes people live in households where they don't receive the best education, and so they're set back in life because they didn't get the education they needed. Or sometimes there was an absent parent, so you might not have had a father figure growing up, or the father figure you had was really, really shitty. You didn't resonate with that person and jive with their life. Whatever it is that you did not get as a child, Spirit is trying to encourage you to reach out for that now. As an example, I'm just going to use me as an example with the inner child healing stuff. Growing up, I grew up in, I am so sorry to hear that. I'm really, really sorry to hear that. See, you pulled the Three of Swords, okay? And I'm going to tell you what the Three of Swords means. Three of Swords means pain. Three of Swords means suffering. Three of Swords means loss. Three of Swords means grief. That's what the Three of Swords means. And the Three of Swords was sitting right beside this particular card that I can't show it on live because I'm not going to show that card on live. But that particular card talks about inner child healing, and it is sitting right beside the card that talks about grief, an unresolved grief, unresolved issues. Unresolved issues that come to you from past lives, and unresolved emotional issues that you have now, and being able to sort through those and being able to fix those in your way, on your terms. So like as an example for me, I grew up in this crazy conservative Christian cult, right? They wouldn't let me do anything. I couldn't play with crystals because I was told if I played with crystals that demons were going to get into the house. I couldn't practice any yoga. I couldn't have anything. I couldn't have a shirt that had a star or a moon on it because it was like astrology and that was evil. So now that I'm 43 fucking years old and I live by myself and I've bought my own condo, my place looks the way I want it to look. I've got moons and stars everywhere, and I've got mushrooms and mushroom pillows, and I've got all kinds of occult stuff, and I have astrology stuff everywhere, and I've got tarot cards everywhere, and oracle cards everywhere, and altars, because I'm a big fucking witch. That's what I always wanted to be, and I wasn't allowed to be that when I was a kid. So part of my healing journey, part of me healing my inner child, is being able to give my inner child the things that he needs. So you should also feel the exact same way. Think about your childhood, okay? I want you to sit down, take a piece of paper, draw a line down the middle of the piece of paper, and be grateful, have gratitude, and write down all of the good things that you had growing up that helped you, okay? If you had a best friend that helped you, write down about your best friend that was your friend. If you had a good teacher in school and they inspired you to have a good life, write down the name of your teacher. Think about all the good things that came to you growing up. And then on the other side, make a list of all the things that you wanted that you weren't able to get for whatever reason. And if it is in your power to do so, give yourself that. Allow yourself to have that in your life, okay? You also, and this is what's great, and this is beautiful. I can't make this up. I can't. Okay, I'm not lying to you. You also pulled the Two of Cups. You pulled the two glasses of wine, which talks about your partner, which talks about your relationships, which talks about your love life and your marriage, saying that it's good for you. It's good for you to be married. It's good for you to be with your partner. That's a really beautiful thing. And, you know, men and women are different. Men need certain things, and women need certain things in order to be happy. You pull the Two of Coins. Whenever I pull the Two of Coins, that card talks about balance, finding balance and harmony in your life. Being able to balance the physical world, the material world, with the spiritual, emotional world. That's the internal world. That's the world as you experience it. Balancing the world as it comes at you, the interface that you're interacting with, reality, and also balancing your internal energies and your own feelings and sitting down and figuring out what is it that Robert really wants. What is it that Robert really wants? What do I really want to do at this point in time in my life? That's a question that you should be asking yourself according to this reading, okay? It also talks about travel in some kind of way. It talks about travel. You also pull the Nine of Swords, which also has something to do with like sleep-related issues. I'm sorry. Let me regroup here. You pull the Seven of Pentacles. And whenever somebody pulls the Seven of Pentacles, it talks about also being patient and waiting on material things. That the spirit, that the universe, that God is going to bring you what it is that you need when you need it, okay? Because that's also a card about patience. So I don't really know. You're good, Robin. I don't really know what it is that both of you are working on together or what you guys are experiencing together, but what the message that Lou got and the message that you got is both patience and time. There's nothing that's going to fix y'all's situation but time. You have to give it time. Time is important. Time heals all wounds. Time smooths things out. Anything that happens that's bad to you, it can happen, it's bad, it's not good. Health problems are bad, financial problems are bad, you know, emotional hurt and pain and suffering is bad, and loss and grief is bad, but it's not something that you can't get over. And that's what the Spirit is saying. You need time. You need patience. And you know what my grandmama always told me? My grandmama always told me, if you don't know what to do in any given situation, don't do anything. My grandmama always said that you need to just wait, that acting as a knee-jerk reaction in any situation is always bad. It's bad. Don't do it. So if you guys are going through a situation right now and there's a lot of stuff going on and it feels overwhelming to you, you need to be patient. The more you can sit down and be calm and be quiet with your thoughts to sort things out, the easier your life is going to be. But acting in any kind of way or reacting in any kind of way is not going to be the path to be able to make your life as balanced and harmonized as possible. You also pulled the Ace of Wands, and you pulled it in the other deck. So you guys need to be really sexually active with one another. You guys this is what you guys need to do. You guys need to be screwing around. You need to like smoke a joint, have a glass of wine, whatever. Go to the sex toy shop with one another. Go to the sex toy shop. Go find stuff. Go, you know, the lubes that are flavored. Go find toys, things to play with one another. Buy costumes for one another. Like, open it up. You need to be more open. Talk about your relationship. Talk about your romance. Talk about your sex life, because sex is ridiculously important when it comes to relationships. Sex is important. And having a good, healthy sex life with your partner means that you guys can be able to satisfy each other's needs. You know, you don't marry somebody because you don't have the intention of fucking them. So that's something that both of you need to work on. And, you know, buy yourself a fucking fleshlight or something and have your own time. You have two grandmother spirits that are coming to you out of the spirits of the dead that are coming around. You've got two grandmamas, one from your father's side and one from your mother's side of the family, and both of them are coming together to me. It's interesting because one of them is wearing a blouse that's like tomato colored or red colored. She seems like she's got brown hair, or like light brown hair. One of them has like rosy cheeks. Her cheeks seem flushed or red. She's got rosy cheeks. One of these ladies died between the ages of 70 and 75, and the other woman died between the ages of like 65 and 70. I don't know if these are your grandmothers or if they're like grandmother spirits are coming through from your family line, like farther back. But one of the grandmothers that you had a cat that she really, really loved a lot. She loved animals in general, but she also had some kind of affinity for cats. So she always had a cat or like two cats around. That particular grandmother that's talking about the cat is also talking about some kind of pie. She's talking about like cherry pie or raspberry pie or something that has to do with fruit. She liked fruit, or she liked pies that had fruit filling in them. So on your ancestor altar, what I want you to do, it's Ethel. Well, hey, Ethel. It's what I want you to do is I want you guys to make a pie with one another, you and Lou. Make a cherry pie, old school, old-fashioned cherry pie, or old school blueberry pie, and have pie with one another. She's also saying she likes vanilla ice cream. So make yourself like a blueberry pie or a cherry pie, put a scoop of vanilla ice cream on it, and put it out on your ancestor altar. Not the whole pie, obviously, a slice of it, and then you guys eat the rest of the pie and the ice cream. Whenever you put out things for the ancestors, feed the ancestors. When you feed your ancestor altar or give them things, share with them just a little bit of the food that you have on your plate. You can always do that. Get a little bowl that you just take some of the food that you're eating and put a little bit in that little bowl and put it on the ancestor altar, because that is your way of sharing your meal and your food with the dead. They ain't gonna eat it, right? They're not getting anything out of it. When we put out offerings to the dead, they look at it. It's not like they need to eat it, but that's not why we put it out. We put it out there because we want to show our dead that we love them, that we care about them, that we want them in our home, that they're part of our home. And then it's an offering that they see as a visible representation of taking care of your dead, taking care of your ancestors. Okay, hold on. We're almost there. You need to be spending more time in nature because you should be practicing tree magic. I don't know if you practice witchcraft or if you practice any kind of occult arts at all, or if you practice magic, but if you ever had the desire to practice the craft, Wicca, or any other traditional English witchcraft or something like that, you need to work with wood. You need to work with trees. You need to work with branches and leaves. So even if you don't practice any particular kind of magic, you have a very, very wood element that's a part of you. Because what came out in this reading has a lot to do with your path. The two grandmother spirits I saw came forward. The son that you were going to have that didn't come into this life came forward. This card I pulled over here talks about trees, working with trees, and working with being out in nature more, that you need to be out in nature. You need to actually go out into the woods and spend time in nature around trees, that trees are very, very healing for you. And then the last thing that I'm going to say, because our time is just about up, the last thing I was going to say is you pulled Kava Kava in my oracle card, and it talks about community. This is the card that represents community, okay? So what the Spirit is also saying is that community is important to you. Being part of a community outside of your house that's not your family. And it might be church, or it might be the Freemasons, or it might be some other organization that you're involved in that gives you companionship with other people that think and feel the same way you do. So what Spirit is saying is that it's very important for you to know who your community is that you like to associate with and spend more time with them. That community is important. It's good for you. As you get older, it's good for you to stay a part of a community, to maintain a connection with other people, and also to have something to do and work with like-minded individuals in accomplishing your destiny. Robert, that's the only messages I have for you. That was your reading. So I hope that something that I said in here helped you guys in some kind of way. All right? Thank you so much for trusting me enough to give you those messages. Take those messages, work with those messages, think about those messages, and all the indications or implications that come along with those messages. Because even though I'm just a psychic medium that does readings and stuff, you're the person that has to really apply the information, and you're the person who has to think about what I said and try to find out what the deeper meaning behind that is. All right, guys, let me recuperate for a second, and then we'll keep on going down our readings list. All right, let me see who do I have? I've got Candace. Fuck. My eyes. Okay, okay, I'm not taking any more readings because I have a whole bunch of you. I've got Candace is going to go next. Thank you, Candace. I've got Annalise. I've got Chrissy. I've got Annette. And I've got Crystal. So I'm going to... Annalise, that's you, okay. I've got Candace, and then I've got Annalise, yes, and then I've got Chrissy, and Annette, and Crystal. Okay. You're Crystal. Cat is Crystal. Wait a minute, I'm confused. Why am I confused? Wait a minute. Okay. All right. Candace and Annalise, you go next. And then after that, I have Chrissy, and then Annette and Crystal. Awesome. All right. Let's get this show on the road. Let me keep shuffling up my cards over here. All right, we're rolling right along. I might or might not need to take pee breaks. I am so sorry about that, but if I have to run to the bathroom real quick and have a pee break, you guys just have to deal with that because I've been having bladder related issues, but it's not really bladder related issues. It's nerve damage. I've got nerve damage in my spine, like really, 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 really bad. And it creates all kinds of problems for me, including issues around my bladder. I know that you guys really didn't need to hear that. Ouch. Yeah. I did a lot of work last night on my back. I tried to do some self-massage. I rolled myself out. I did yoga. I did a lot of stretching. I did things to try to help my back. God, that cup is too heavy for me. It's okay. I live with chronic pain. Like I'm always in pain. Like from the moment I wake up in the morning and I roll over and whine and whimper because I've got to move until I lay down at night and fall asleep, I've got chronic pain in my back that never goes away. That sucks, Spooky. I'm gonna call you Spooky. Annalise. Annalise is a beautiful name. Actually, you know what? Have you guys, who has Netflix? Do you guys have Netflix? There is a series, it's about witches, and it's really, really, really good. It's called The Bastard Son of the Devil Himself. Watch it. It's called The Bastard Son of the Devil Himself. I think it's called Half Bad or something. Half Bad. But it's British, it's English, and it's original for Netflix, and it's really, really, really good. And the female lead character is named Annalise, which is what made me remember the show. They just had their first season. I don't know when the second season is coming out, but it's really, really, really good, and it's about witches. Yeah? When you first start watching it, you think, oh, this is going to be like so Twilight, because it is about teenagers that are getting ready to come into their powers. So the young man and the young woman, they're witches. They're born in families of witches. They live in communities of witches. But it's like when you turn 18 or something, or when you turn 17, you get all of your powers, or your powers start kicking in. Because actually that's really based in reality, because women come into power twice as witches in their life cycle, and the first one is when you start menstruating, and the second time is when you stop. So like a woman's power, a girl's power, she comes into blossom, her magical powers, her magical abilities, her magic starts blossoming along when she starts maturing to be a woman, okay? Which is why magical energy is sexual energy, and sexual energy is magical energy. It's the same thing. It's the same creative process that not only casts spells, but creates life. Because casting spells is basically breathing life into creating your reality, shaping your reality, manipulating your reality, okay, energetically. That's what witchcraft is, period. But when you hit puberty, that's when that stuff soars. That's when all hell breaks loose, okay? Same thing with boys. And then of course you have when you start going into menopause and later on in life when you're a female, your magical abilities will increase also. So women get 2 boosts. And women get stronger as they get older, whereas men don't get the second boost magically. That's why when they say women are more powerful than men when it comes to witchcraft, they ain't lying. Because a man will go through a cycle of phases in his life, okay? When he comes into his magical energy when he hits puberty and he's young. So the most strongest magical practitioners are usually young men. They've got the most force. They're like warriors. They've got power behind them, okay? As men get older, we become wiser. If you're on the path of magic or the occult, you become wiser. Doesn't mean that your magic is necessarily as potent, but it can be, depending on what tradition you work. But women always get 2 boosts. If you go through, I don't know about early menopause. I don't know. I just know that these energies coalesce or coincide with physiological changes in the body. That's just my personal belief system. All right, Candace. I'm shuffling up your cards. Half bad. Wow. Rock your crone years out. I don't have a free list. These are all paid readings, Johnny. Or do you mean like get added to the list of people that are free? I'm sorry. That was kind of stupid of me. Do you want, do you want to pay for a reading? Because I don't do free readings. I don't do any readings for free. But it's $20 for 20 minutes. God, I want some chocolate ice cream. I started talking about menopause, and then I wanted chocolate ice cream. Do any of you want chocolate ice cream too? Be a crone. And be a badass crone. Be the baddest witch in town. Be the baddest witch in North America. Ha ha! Sorry, Candace. You know I gotta shuffle my cards good. What kind of martial arts are you practicing? Taekwondo, Tai Chi, Kung Fu? I gotta make sure your cards are all shuffled good. Moi. Wow. Well, if you're doing all those martial arts, then you can afford to eat some ice cream, okay? You can afford to eat the ice cream. Let me tell you something. You need to be practicing yoga. You need to be practicing yoga, okay? If you're going to be doing all those martial arts and you're going to be jumping up and down and grappling with people and swinging and punching and all of that stuff, you need to practice yoga. You might not think you need to practice yoga, but you need to be in stretch classes every week. At least once or twice a week, you need to be in a stretch class to open up your shoulders, okay, for your spine, and for your muscles, okay? Because martial arts are really hard on the body. I know this. I was a modern dancer for 20 years. And a pole dancer and an aerialist. I know all about it. It's not just flexibility. It's not just flexibility. It's not just about being more flexible. It's not about flexibility. It's about power. It's about strength. It's being able to maintain good posture. There's a lot of things that come along with practicing yoga that are more than flexibility, which you need if you're going to keep your body straight for practicing martial arts. Just don't do hot yoga. Just do a regular straight up yoga class. No hot yoga. Hot yoga is very, very bad for you. Very, very bad for you. Very bad for the body. No hot yoga. Okay? Just regular yoga. No hot. Hot yoga damages you. Yeah, no ancient people ever did that, ever. That was an invention by Bikram, who was also like one of the biggest sexual predators that have ever existed in the yoga field, ever. They made a Netflix documentary about him. He was horrible. Terrible. He ran out of the country and he's never came back. He's like in Thailand somewhere hanging out in the jungle. He took off. He can never come back to America. If he ever came back to America, he'd be arrested and arraigned into California. Mm-hmm. Bikram. Okay, Candace, here we go, baby doll. Why is my shit all over the place? Okay, here we go. Wow. Candace, you practice Santeria? If I've read you before and I told you some of this information before, I apologize. The reason why I say that is because you got some serious Shango energy coming through for me tonight. You know I work with the Orishas, right? I knew that I've read you multiple times. You got some serious Shango coming through for you. Oh, yep. Did I send you to my Ian Ifa? I did send you that information, right? All right. Okay, then you need to text me again. When this reading is done, text me again because I have contact information for you. We need to talk some more. All right. So, there's some, it seems like you got a lot of stuff going on right now in your life. Like not good things. Seems like there's a lot of stuff going on in your life right now. Not necessarily great. So the first card that you pulled that is drawing my attention is the Eight of Swords. The Eight of Swords. The Eight of Swords talks about feeling trapped, feeling stuck. It talks about, you know, the person who's blindfolded and bound with swords all around them, okay? You also pulled the Nine of Swords, okay? That Nine of Swords also talks about nightmares, problems with your sleep. Talks about poor sleep, not being able to sleep well. And you also pulled the Five of Cups. You pulled some really nasty cards. That's why I had to ask you if you're doing all right or not. We need to try to find solutions for you because you pulled some really nasty cards. You pulled the Five of Cups. And the Five of Cups is the card of spilled milk. You know, it's a card of things being spilled out, you know. It's like once you drop a glass of milk on the ground and that glass shatters and the milk goes everywhere, you're not drinking it up. Okay? So that is a card of spilled milk, or the card of loss. There's a silver lining to everything that I'm saying to you, but let me go ahead and bring out this card because whenever this card comes out, this is not a good card and I have to share it. You pulled the Devil card. And whenever I pull the Devil card for someone, it means that there's someone in your life that is toxic AF that needs to be removed. The Devil card usually talks about someone who suffers from alcoholism or a gambling addiction or a sex addiction or alcoholism or drugs. So I guess my question for you is what is that all about? What the hell's going on with you, girlfriend? You've got some positive messages over here too. You also pulled the Ten of Cups. Talks about your spirits loving you and caring about you, your spirit guides helping you, that your spirit guides are trying to help you. Your spirit guides are trying to drag you in the direction that they want you to go, but why are you resisting them? Why are you resisting them? Why are you not listening to their advice? The spirits are talking to you. They're being really clear also. You also pulled the Star card. The Star card came for you, which talks about how your guardian angel is very, very strong with you, okay? It talks about you know, all of the other spirits of the dead that are around you are in alignment. So I guess what the question is what do you, okay, I don't ever do this on a live. What are you not doing that you need to do? I'm going in hardcore now. It's time to go. This is a hardcore reading. You asked me for a reading, I'm giving it to you. And these are the messages that are coming through. So what is it that you have not done to fix the situation? Because these people over here are helping you. Your spirits are trying to help you. That's the message I'm getting. All your spirit guides, your guardian angel, whoever that is, an Orisha even stepped forward for you. I mean, to me, that's what I'm getting. At least my Shango, okay, is stepping forward. And so what I'm saying is, what is it that you are not doing? Okay. Who's preventing you? Who's preventing you? Is there someone in your life that's preventing you from achieving these things? I don't want to be negative. I don't want this to be a negative reading. This is going to be a reading that's trying to help you figure out what it is that you need to do and to succeed, what you need to do in order to resolve these problems. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Are you financially stable? And if you are financially stable, are you financially stable enough to be able to take care of yourself on your own, in your own apartment by yourself? Okay. Are you suffering from drug and alcoholism, drug and alcohol related addictions? Do you find yourself drinking or smoking or using a lot of drugs in order to cope and deal with your problems? Okay. Okay. All right. I know food addiction is a real thing. I know that. And I know it changes the chemistry in your brain when you eat. I know that. I understand. Don't understand food addiction 100%, but I definitely relate to the emotional eating thing. I emotionally ate multiple times last week by shoving 6 oversized cupcakes down my pie hole that I did not need to eat. Literally almost one right after the other. And as I was eating and as I was shoving the food down my throat, all I could think is I want the pain to go away. So I'm going to eat all the cupcakes. Okay? No, I understand that. I get it. I get it. You pulled the Sage card, which talks about blessings, getting blessings, and gaining blessings, okay, from the spiritual world. My question is, what are they talking about, Candace? Like, what area of your life is specifically creating these problems for you? What is the specific area of your life that is creating the problems for you? Because I've read you 3 times. So I'm just wondering, like, what is it exactly? Love life. Okay. Why do you feel like you need to be validated as a human being by another human being or be loved? What is wrong with being alone and being by yourself? Why are you afraid of being alone? Why are you afraid of being by yourself? At what point in time are you ready to acknowledge or maybe be okay with your destiny or whatever it is that you're meant to do in life? Let me tell you something, Candace. I love you, okay? I need you to listen to what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is coming to you with love. I'm not saying this because I'm live and I'm trying to create a show. That's not, you know me. That's not how I am. I'm not trying to create a show for everyone. This is serious. Let me talk about, you know what, this is how, let me say this. Okay, so don't have an emotional and mental breakdown on me right now during this live, and don't go into some kind of like existential anxiety crisis. But this is something that everybody needs to hear, whether they want to hear it or not. You came here for a reason, and you chose to come here for a reason. In my religion of Ifa, we choose our destiny before coming to earth. That means before God, before the Orishas, before the spiritual world, before the ancestors, we say, I want to incarnate because I want to do this thing. I want to go back there because this is what I want to do. Okay, in Ifa, we believe that we make these choices before we come to earth. And your Egbe, which is your spiritual companions in source and also walking with you in life, those are the people that are here to help you in this life. Your Egbe, your spiritual companions. Like, I could be one of your spiritual companions embodied, but you got other spiritual companions that walk with you in the invisible. They're the invisibles, okay? When you're not living in harmony with your destiny, or you haven't achieved your destiny, or when things are off, the reason why things are off is because your perspective might be off. And the desiring of and the seeking of being with someone else might not be the primary reason why you chose to incarnate before you got here. So there's some kind of disconnect. And here's the thing. Whenever you're not living in harmony with your destiny, whatever your destiny is, you're miserable. God, you're miserable. And you're not just miserable, you're also having anxiety. And there's anxiety and irritation, and everything is irritating to you, and everything makes you anxious, and everything makes you feel upset when you're not living in harmony with your destiny. Some of us are not meant to be in relationships with other people. We're just not. That's me. I don't need to be married to anyone. I don't need to be dating anyone. I don't need to have any part in any kind of romantic experience at all for myself. I came here with a very specific mission, and one of those missions was not to be with someone else. It was to be alone. Yet I have found myself getting into relationships over and over and over and over again my entire life, with one relationship after another, ending and ending and ending. And I realize that I'm a spiritual person. I'm on a spiritual path. I'm speaking from my own personal experience, so you don't feel like you're getting called out 100% or I'm being insensitive. I had to embrace that my path is a solitary path in life, that my path is a path of a single man doing spiritual work. That's my path. When I realized that, because it was shown to me very clearly in my birth chart, in my astrological birth chart, I was mad. I was miserable. I was angry as hell when I saw that in my chart. It bummed me out for like a week and a half. I was like just walking around mad. you really need to focus on everything else in your life right now other than relationships and other than dating and other than the idea of being in a partnership. You need to focus on everything else. This is my advice to you. This is coming from me as a friend. You need to focus on everything but your relationship status right now, just right now. You need to be thinking about your work and making as much money as you possibly can. You need to think about your spirituality and becoming the strongest spiritual practitioner that you possibly can, the most powerful witch in North America. Okay? The supreme. You should be working on yourself and the things that you want to accomplish in life. And then if a relationship happens, it happens. Oh, fuck. My phone is going to die. God damn it. Hold on, people. I knew I was supposed to charge my phone. Shit. All right, my phone is charging. I hope it doesn't die. If it dies, I'll get on a different phone and come back. Okay? So, the Four of Coins comes to you. And that's funny that the Four of Coins comes to you, because the Four of Coins talks specifically about being greedy or being taking care of yourself. Being greedy or being taking care of yourself, or caring about yourself more, loving yourself more. You've got multiple grandfather spirits that are stepping forward for you, and a grandmotherly spirit. One of the grandfathers comes from your father's side, one comes from your mother's side. And excuse me, I'm sorry. And the grandmother spirit that's coming to you is also coming to you from your mother's side. One of these grandfather spirits that I see is wearing a scarf around his neck. He's wearing a jacket, and it looks like a workman's jacket, kind of like a Timberland, kind of like brown color jacket. Are you talking to both grandmothers, or the one on your mom's side? She wasn't nice? That's interesting. Do you ever feel her presence around you? Or have you tried to communicate with this spirit? Because she might be coming around to make amends. But here's the thing. If you don't want to interact with any particular spirit, all you got to do is tell them that you don't want them around. She hated you? That's interesting. That's interesting that I feel that this spirit is coming around. Of course, it could be a different grandmother. It could be another grandmother. Sometimes these grandmother spirits and grandfather spirits, they come from deeper back in your family root, in your family line. Let me try to... This might not be your grandmother. It could be another grandmother, you know, like a great-grandmother. I keep seeing something black. I keep seeing something black with like metal on it. Almost like... All right, we're not going to talk about her. We're not going to talk about her. If it is her and you don't want to talk to her, then we don't have to talk to her. She can go away. As far as the grandfatherly spirits that I see coming through, like I said, one of them was wearing a scarf, and one of them is wearing... he had a black hot rod. Well, I just kept seeing like shiny black and like and silver, something that was shiny and black and silver. Like I knew that the silver was like metal, some kind of metal or steel or something like that. But I couldn't get a close. It was like really, really up in my face like that. Hey, Grant. Shoot. Hold on a second. Let me see. You also, I know that my alarm just went off, but I want to alert you that there were two spirits that showed up in your reading, specifically that were guides. And I want to talk about these guides. One of these guides seems to be like some kind of like, he's like a chief, some kind of like chief, like tribal chief kind of guy. Someone who in life was very, very important. And you've got another guy that's coming through in as a spirit that is a magician or somebody that practiced magic or sorcery. Have I told you that before? I can't keep going on with that, but have I told you anything that sounded like that before? You know what we need to do, Candace? We need to talk. You and I need to talk. So thank you for getting a reading tonight. But you and I need to talk like off the app. I need you to text me. I want you to text me because I have advice for you. Okay? And the advice that I'm going to give you is not advice that I'm going to give you over live. But for one thing, it has to do with Orisha. Okay? And the second thing it has to do with is what's going on with your feelings. Okay? Text me before you forget so that I can remember to text you back. Don't look at my hair. Don't look at my hair. Don't look at my hair. All right, guys. Continuing right along. Let me look at my list over here. Love you with a heart hands, which is my favorite emoji. I got you, Candace. We need to talk. We need to talk. Okay, Annalise. Are you here, Annalise? Because after I have Annalise, then I have Chrissy. There you are. Good. All right. So guess what? I'm going to shuffle your cards. Chrissy, yes, you're going to be up after. I'm going to do Annalise, and then I'm going to do Chrissy. Okay? But what I'm going to do is throw some hot coffee into my cup, and I'm going to pee real quick. I have to have a pee break if I'm going to continue to go, okay? So hold on a second. I'll be right back. Let me grab some coffee. Let me pee. Let me have some chocolate. Hold on. Okay. I just had some chocolate. Look. See that? That's the rest of my Symphony bar. When I go to the grocery store, I buy a Symphony bar, and I put it in a Ziploc bag, and I put it in my refrigerator. Hey, Magda. I'm like, I need some chocolate. I need some sugar in me. All right. So I've never read your cards before, Annalise. I've only read your birth chart. Just doing readings, baby. Just doing what I do. I'm excited. If I haven't actually read your cards yet, I'm excited to see what comes through. I love Symphony chocolate, but you know what I've been having a hankering for lately? I've been having a hankering for white chocolate. I want white chocolate, but I don't want the Hershey's white chocolate with the Oreo chips in it. I want like white chocolate. I want a white chocolate bar. You guys remember they used to make just a straight up white chocolate bar? Does anybody still make a white chocolate bar? I don't even know. In the 80s. It had almonds in it, didn't it? Truffles makes a white chocolate, yeah. Blend it. I'm gonna go on search for white chocolate candy. You know what I haven't had in a long time, and I just thought about it, is an Applebee's. They have a white chocolate blondie that they put white chocolate sauce all over with ice cream. You know what I'm talking about? I loved chocolate covered pretzels back in the day. We must be around the same age. How old are you, Annalise? Did you say food addiction? "55? You're in the middle of your life. You're like right in the middle of your life. You're in the thick of it. You are in the thick of it. Just think, You're going to live to be 100. You're going to live to be 100, or you're going to live to be older. You're only halfway there. Okay? Like, I'm not even I'm not even at the halfway point in my life. I might be at the top of the hill, but, you know, if I'm going to live to be 100, then I'm actually planning on living to like 109, but there's a lot more. Jesus, there's a lot more. I'm just waiting to see what the next technology is going to be. Now that they've unleashed ChatGPT 4 into the world. Chocolate hummus. I've always wanted to try it, but I feel like the chocolate and hummus don't go together. She said I had chocolate hummus and then I ate fudge. It's a woman after my own heart. Okay, almost there. I'm so sorry, Annalise. I use a lot of cards. I use a lot of fucking cards. Dark chocolate flavor, but not the bitter taste. Really? All right. I will actually spend the $4 or $5, whatever, to buy the chocolate hummus, Joseph's chocolate hummus, next time I'm at the grocery store. And I'm going to put you to the test. And I'm going to put you to the test. Okay, girlfriend. Let's find out what's going on with you. Interesting. You need to take a spiritual bath. Wow. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Wow. You got a lot of crazy shit coming out. Okay, Annalise. I don't know if you practice witchcraft or not, but if you ever thought that maybe you were interested in learning how to be a witch, well, guess what? You are a witch, bitch. You're a witch, bitch. If you ever thought that you would be good at practicing witchcraft, or you thought witchcraft might be a spiritual path for you, this reading is here to confirm that yes. Where do you live? Do you live like in South Carolina or Mississippi or Kentucky or somewhere in the South, Louisiana? Well, you are a witch. You don't have to want to. It's in your cards. It's in your destiny. You're just a witch. You've always been a witch. San Francisco. Were you born and raised in San Francisco, or are you from the South? Because have you always been a California person, or were you born and raised somewhere else? Let me tell you some of the stuff that's coming through. You're going to have to take a spiritual bath. Spirit world, it could be even my spirits are telling me to tell you that you need a spiritual bath, and I'm going to teach you how to do a spiritual bath at the end of the reading. Do not let me forget how to teach you how to make a spiritual bath. Okay? If I forget to tell you, somebody remind me. Now, that's so interesting, God. Okay, so there's a spirit of the dead that's around you. That's a southern spirit. You've got a southern spirit around you, okay? And there are people of color around you too. You've got like 2 spirit guides that are around you that are people of color. There are 2 female black ladies or African American ladies, okay? One of them looks younger, between the ages of like 25 and 35. She's a big girl. Plus size woman. She's wearing a green dress, and she's wearing a taupe colored or like dark tan colored like robe over herself, over her dress, and it's made out of lace. And her hair is down and it's poofed out, kind of frowing a little bit. She's got a big smile on her face, and she seems really, 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 really happy, okay? Then you have another female spirit that's around you. And interesting. So I don't know if you've ever looked into practicing voodoo at all, but you have a very, very strong presence of a spirit around you. And the presence of the spirit that I feel that's around you is named Izili Freda. And in Sanse, she's referred to as Mitresili. Okay, you have an Izili that's around you. One of the Izilis is what I'm getting. But you have 2 female spirits that are around you. And if this stuff is coming as a shock to you, it's coming as a shock to me too. I'm trying to do more spiritual investigation right now to find out. You have a spirit that's around you that's a highly elevated female spirit, and she's all about love. She's a spirit of love. She's Venusian. She's got the feeling of, she's a female spirit that's deeply connected to the planet Venus. And she is just all about sex and love and eroticism and beauty and art and all the finer things of life. Urzuli, yes. Which, since these particular spirits are kind of like showing up for you, means that you and I probably need to have a consultation at another point in time, face to face, where I can do a deeper investigation into the spirits that are around you, because you might have spirits that are asking you or calling you to come to the voodoo side, is what I'm trying to say. You might have voodoo spirits around you that want you to do service for them, or you know, or have a place for them in your home. So that's something that you and I need to do off this. I cannot do that kind. I can't do that kind of reading on in a $20 live, okay, in a short live. Like, there has to be more deeper investigation, and I also have to call my spirits, those spirits, in order to ask them questions. But let's get back to it. Ceremony is very, very important. Ceremony is a very important, I love this card. This is one of my favorite cards. Ceremony, ritual. These are things that are very, very important for you in your life. So practicing being ritualistic, having ceremony. So like, as an example, you're the kind of person, you're an actor. Oh, good. Awesome. Perfect. So another thing is regimented, being regimented, being very, 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 very concerned about keeping your schedule and maintaining your schedule, and having enough time to be able to balance your spiritual interest and your physical interest, whatever those are. Now, this card keeps pulling me, and so we got to talk about it. Since you said you're an actor, it makes absolute sense. You pulled the Lover's card. And whenever I pull the Lover's card for someone, that tells me that that person is an empath. You have psychic abilities. You have empathic abilities that you need to be paying attention to, and that you need to be developing. Let me see what you said. I'm sorry. Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. I just got back to it. Let me see. Yes. So here's the thing. That's why you need to be doing spiritual baths. That's why you need to be doing spiritual bathing, because you need to make sure that you are cleansing yourself spiritually because of the fact that you act. You're an actor, you're around people and you're acting and you're projecting energy and you're projecting emotions, and you're also receiving them, both fake and real. You need to be careful about the people and places and things that you put yourself around. That's a very, very important message for you. You have to be cleaning yourself off because of the kind of person you are, and because of your psychic abilities, and because of your energy work and everything like that, you attract energy. Just think about a light bulb that attracts bugs. Moths, okay? Moths are harmless, but moths will gather around and fly around a light. Just like you probably have a lot of spirits swarming around you like moths. Because as a spiritual person, especially as a Reiki master, your energy is vibrating at a different frequency. It's vibrating at a higher frequency. By going through the ceremony and the elevation, and by going through the initiation and the empowerment of becoming a Reiki master, your light increases when you step on that path. Like literally, it's like, I'm going to step on the path of Reiki, and then boom, you are like a light that shines into the world, and you're going to attract both positive people and negative people. Fact. When you put positive light and energy into the world, if you put out dark energy into the world and negative energy into the world, you're going to attract negative energy. You put out negative energy, you're going to attract negative energy. And people that are looking for negative things to focus on are also going to be attracted to you. If you put out light into the world, if you put positive energy out into the world, you're going to get positive energy back. You're going to get light back, but you're also going to get negative energy back. You're also going to get darkness back. So it's kind of like, when you're putting out light into the world, expect that you're going to be pulling light and dark energies to yourself. And here's the other thing. You got to be very, very careful that you don't fall into the category of love and light witches, or Reiki witches, or if you're, because you're a witch, bitch. You are the real deal, okay? So what I'm saying is that as a witch, you need to remember that you need to be working with both hands. A witch that only works with one hand is a witch that is unbalanced. What do I mean by working with both hands? I mean, you have to be able to practice creative magic and destructive magic. It's not white magic and black magic. It's not good magic and bad bad magic, okay? Because magic doesn't have a morality. Magic isn't a morality system. It is, okay, Hecate did come for you. Yes, I was getting there. I was going to tell you that Hecate came for you in this reading. But since you went ahead and said it, yes, 100% verified from a psychic medium over here. I wasn't going to get into it yet, but you're 100% correct. You should be working with Hecate. You should have her statue in your home. You should put out things for her and have her. That is definitely a entity that is vibing with you, that came down for you as part of this, okay? Because I work with her too. I don't work her, but I have her in my court. And so you have a very, very strong connection with that entity. But the point about the whole right hand, you have a lot of female entities around you. You got a lot of female spirits around you. And you've also got a lot of female spirits around you that kind of like work between the liminality space of life and death. You know, and water. You know, Izili is a water spirit. Izili is a water spirit. And, you know, Hecate is the world soul. She has dominion over the three realms and leading people who are dead out of, you know, out of hell and into whatever the afterlife is. You know, it's so she's got a lot of stuff. But you need to understand the concepts of both positive and negative magic, because a witch that can't curse can't heal. And you need to know how to protect yourself. And if you fall into this thing here, I'm giving you spiritual advice because this is what's coming out in your reading about who you are. If you fall into this trap of, I'm only a love and light witch, then you're never going to learn how to adequately defend yourself spiritually. It's not just about putting out wards and protections, it's about being able to make an offensive magical action and a defensive magical action. Someone casts magic at you, you're going to do a return to sender. And on top of that return to sender, you're going to send an extra backhanded back slap. Backhanded slap is what I'm trying to say. You see what I'm saying? Have you bought a statue for Hecate yet? Because if you haven't bought a statue for Hecate yet, you need to get her traditional image. I'm going to have to show you what I mean. All right, I'm going to keep going over here. Wisdom came for you. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you mine. You pulled elder. And with elder comes wisdom. More than anything else, this spiritual reading is trying to tell you that you need to seek wisdom in your spirituality. This image. This is her traditional image. Hecate. I need to light her candle, of course. But that is the traditional image associated with her. And I always recommend that if you're going to get a statue for her, or whatever statue that you put your venerations out at, get her traditional image. All right, let me keep going here. Spirit is also telling you to be patient, that everything that you've put a lot of hard work into is going to require patience, so don't rush yourself. I kicked myself out? You mean kicked yourself out of my channel? I mean off of this live? Did you see the image that I told you? Did you see the image of Hecate? Oh, you have that image. Okay. Did you miss something? Do I need to go back? You have it? Okay, good. You have a witch that walks with you in your spiritual court. So, you have a female entity, a female spirit that might or not be related to you by blood that is coming through to me as a witch. And she's coming through for me. This is so funny. She's coming through for me in just like Stevie Nicks. She likes white and blue. White and blue are the colors that she likes. She looks like the cover of Stevie Nicks. Stevie Nicks had an album where she had like some blue, like, wasn't she wrapped in like some kind of blue, sapphire blue scarf or something? Yeah, no, it's not your grandmother. This is somebody else. This is somebody else. And this looks like a white woman. This looks like she looks like she could be Irish or Celtic or yeah, or at least very northwestern European, very northwestern European. She's got like blue eyes, red hair, or reddish blonde hair, strawberry blonde hair, and she likes sapphire blue, and she likes white. Okay. You're gonna go on a trip. You pulled the card that represents going on a trip and traveling. You also pulled the Ace of Wands, which talks about sex magic, and that sex magic is definitely something that you should think about learning about too. Okay, and if you're interested in working with transmuting sexual and erotic energies, there's a book that you need to get called Urban Tantra. Urban Tantra is a book that I think you should read. I think it would be very good for you. Or do some more self-love work. Okay. Okay, so now I've got to stop this and teach you how to make a spiritual bath. Are you ready to learn how to do the spiritual bath? And let me ask you one more question. How long have you been practicing witchcraft, or have you not done this yet? Oh, girl, you've already done everything. I don't have to teach you anything. Why did you even get a reading from me? You, you're already doing everything you're supposed to be doing. That's good for you. Good for you, girlfriend. Kudos. You know exactly what you need to do. But let me tell you how to do a spiritual bath. Okay, this will be good for you and it'll be good for everybody. I'm going to teach everybody how to make a spiritual bath right now. Okay? Confirmation readings are the best. When I go to get a reading from someone, what I really hope is that they're going to confirm for me information that I already knew. That would be a great reading. A bad reading would be like you have to stop drinking coffee and you can't eat chocolate anymore. That would be a bad reading. But a good reading is always one that confirms information that you already know, and you have spirits around you that you need to reach out to and connect to. So what I'm saying is, in my link tree, there's a section for schedule a spiritual consultation. When you're ready to talk about some of the spirits that came through in this reading and how to work with them, especially anything that's connected to that side, like voodoo and stuff like that, or diaspora stuff, then you need to contact me so that I can guide you correctly and things don't go really, really, really bad for you. Okay? Oy, oy, oy. The spiritual bath. When you make a spiritual bath, what you want to do is, we make spiritual baths using room temperature water or cool water. The kinds of materials that we put in spiritual baths, and when I say we, I mean people like me that practice spiritism, that comes out of the Caribbean, and also other practitioners of diaspora We will wash ourselves with fresh herbs, fresh flowers. We will wash ourselves with colognes, fruit. We will wash ourselves with, we can make concoctions that have like camphor and salt. There are all kinds of different ways that we bathe ourselves, because spiritual bathing is really, really, really important. Okay? Thank you, Robin. I appreciate that. Oh, and I'm gonna go ahead and put this out there. What you want to do is you want to take like a bowl, or a basin, or a bucket, if you want to do that. But I mean, usually it doesn't have to be very big. But you need to get a really, really, really big bowl, even if it's a mixing bowl. And what you're going to do is you're going to put the fresh herbs that you want into the bowl. Fresh basil, fresh mint, fresh rosemary. You can buy those things at the grocery store, at Walmart, at Target. They have got fresh herbs. And the kinds of herbs and fruits and stuff I'm talking about are things that you can obtain from the grocery store cheap. Buy fresh basil, buy fresh rosemary, buy fresh mint. Those are 3 great plants that are very, very good at removing negative energy and cleaning off your spiritual energy, your spiritual body. You want to use fresh plants, not dried plants. You want to use fresh plants because you want the chlorophyll that comes out of the plant, okay? That's what makes the water greenish colored, okay? You also want all of the natural oils that come off a plant to go into the bath, okay? So like, we never heat our spiritual baths. Never put a spiritual bath on the stovetop. I've seen people that were cooking their spiritual bath. That's not a spiritual bath. That's tea. Okay, if you want to bathe in tea, then yeah, take dried herbs and throw them in a bowl and put it on the on top of the stove. That's like tea. That's not a spiritual bath. A spiritual bath is made with fresh things. So you take the herbs that you want, the fresh herbs that you want, put them into the bowl. Pour cold water or cool room temperature water on the plants and make sure that the plants stay submerged underneath the water, okay? And then put it to the side and just allow it to soak. Let those plants sit in that water for several hours, like 4 hours, 3 or 4 hours, okay? After you're done with that, you can take the herbs that you put in there out. If you want to, scoop them out and toss them or throw them out and just keep the herbally smelling water. Or if you wanted to actually keep the plant matter in the bowl, as you're bathing with the spiritual bath, you can allow the herbs and all the junk to fall all over you. If you want to do that, you can do both. And then take some essential oil, some fresh, get some like eucalyptus oil or tea tree oil or lavender essential oil. Put about 25 to 30 drops of essential oil in your bath. And then if you want to, you can put a shot of vodka or a shot of white rum or a shot of gin. If you drink alcohol or you're not afraid of using alcohol, put some Florida water in there, stir it up, and now you've got this really, 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 really smelly concoction of herbs and oils. Excuse me. Excuse me. And then go take a shower, clean your body first, and then after you take the shower and your body is nice and clean, then take the solution that you made and pour it over your body. Pour all the liquid over your body, even your head, okay? All over the body. Get it all over you. Excuse me. And rub the oils and the liquid all over you, okay? Put some coconut milk in it. Buy a 99-cent can of coconut milk. Okay? That's how we do spiritual baths. You got it? Does everybody understand how to do a spiritual bath now? Some of you have probably already heard me talk. That's what we're going to do in my spiritual mentorship group. We're going to do a spiritual bath. You guys were supposed to do an astrological spiritual bath, but now we're going to do a spiritual bath. We're going to do like a self-love, self-healing bath. I have a mentorship program, everybody. It's on Facebook. I run it on Facebook. Anybody who is interested in being a part of that spiritual mentorship program, contact me. All right, spooks. All right, so I took care of Candace, and I took care of Annalise, and I'm gonna take care of Chrissy. You still here, Chrissy? I've got Chrissy, and then Annette and Crystal. Where's Chrissy at? That's okay. That's you, Kat, right? Oh, yeah, no, you can't do tea. Yeah, Candace, you need. You contacted me. I think that you need to. I think that you need to be in my spiritual mentorship. Oh, there, you're Crystal. Where's Chrissy? I'm so confused. I can't keep track of all the handles. Annette, are you in here? Can you guys see me? Can you hear me? Snowfrost, are you? Are you Chrissy? Snowfrost, you're Chrissy? Oh no, you're Annette. I'm so confused. You guys have different when you have different usernames, you screw me up. I thought, okay, yeah, Annette, okay. All y'all's usernames everywhere. Where's Chrissy? Because that's who I'm shuffling cards for. I know that Crystal and Annette are here, but I'm looking for Chrissy. If not, I'm gonna do Annette. But I need to know who I'm shuffling for. Okay, I don't think Chrissy's in the room. Annette, I think I'm going to read you now. I'm going to read you now, okay? Because I got to take a pee break, and then I'm going to read you after I shuffle up the cards. Because I do not think that Chrissy is here right this second. Oh my god, really? That's funny. Snowfrost 2000. I can't believe it's 2023. That's stupid. Definitely didn't think I was going to be living in this world. She'll come back. I can't believe it's 2023. I'm like, I'm so fucking old. Like the language that kids use. Like I made a TikTok the other day. I know I said I was off TikTok and I am, but I made a TikTok on a profile that nobody follows me on so I could make dance videos and upload them. And some kids, I think, found the video. And they're like, you look like this or that. And I'm like, I don't even know what that means. Chrissy, you're here. Is that you, Chrissy? Yay. Okay, Chrissy, I'm going to read you next. Because you're next. You made it. Have I ever read you before, Chrissy? Do you think there's a delay? Do you think that she's got a bad internet connection? Okay. I am shuffling up your cards one more time, and I'm almost there. Where are you located, Chrissy? Texas. Okay. All right, Chrissy. I'm going to pee, and then we're going to get started. All right. You know what? I should just go ahead and invest in diapers and just go ahead and pee on myself. Okay, here we go. All right, Chrissy, let's find out what's going on with you. Ooh. Do you practice magic, Chrissy? Because if you don't practice magic, you should be practicing magic. No, seriously, I need a diaper. I bet they are expensive. Babies' diapers are expensive. I need to start getting used to it. Chrissy, you pulled the Three of Swords, and you pulled the Three of Swords twice. And I'm wondering why you pulled such a dramatic card. I don't pull the Three of Swords often, but you pulled the Three of Swords, and you pulled it twice. And one of the reasons why I use 2 decks of tarot cards is because when I get a double card, it usually means something. You got a lot of messages coming through here for you. Let's talk about the Three of Swords. Yes, you have a lot of positive messages coming through also. But you pulled the Three of Swords, and I'm wondering, is there something specifically that's bothering you? Because the Three of Swords can represent like repressed anger. It can represent like repressed rage. It can represent sadness, grief, or loss. And loss and the feeling of grief can manifest itself in many different ways. It could manifest itself in you working yourself to death. Or if you've got like anger related issues, it can result in a lot of frustration. So I'm wondering, like, do you feel like balanced? Do you take any kind of medication to keep you balanced? You know, like, are you on any mental or behavioral health medications to keep you balanced, or am I totally off on this? Traditionally, people use Three of Swords as a card that represents breakups between relationships. I guess that's what they mean. Oh. So so what's going on with this person? Are you guys going to break up? Should you break up? What's the relationship problem? Like, what are you trying to fix? Or what's wrong? A lot of these messages that are coming through for you in your reading don't have a lot to do with another person. A lot of these messages that are coming through are very much about you and your spiritual path, which is why I'm surprised that it's about a relationship. Okay. So let me ask you a question. Are you happy? Are you happy in the relationship? No, you need to change and the relationship needs to end. It's, if you're not happy in the relationship, it means the relationship needs to end. It means you need to leave. That person is not changing, period. They're not changing. They're never changing. Nothing is ever going to change about that other person. ever. The change is you. You are the change. Be the change you want to see in the world. Your world, that's you. Right, so this kind of feelings that you have is telling you that this relationship isn't the right relationship for you. And I know I'm going way out there, and people might be watching me saying, oh my God, he's telling her to, they're telling them that they need to leave their husband. Well, yeah, if you're not happy, you're not happy. And one of my best friends who helped me get out of a relationship that was a very long-term relationship that was very toxic said to me, you know what, Ryan? You don't need any other reason to walk away from a relationship other than I'm not happy. And if you're not happy, you don't need a reason to leave. That is your reason for leaving. Your reason for leaving is you're not happy. It's time to let it go. Time to do something else. Time to find somebody else. Time to be on your own, girlfriend. Time to get on the horse and ride off into the sunset. Sayonara, sayonara, motherfucker. See you later. You have children? And if you have children, how old are they? Because we need to have a conversation about if you have children in a relationship that needs to end with the father of your children. We need to have that conversation. Okay, so here's the thing. Is this person someone who drinks? Like, do they have problems with alcohol? Are they violent or abusive towards you? Do they talk negatively to you in front of the children? Do they beat you in front of the kids? Well, that's his fucking problem, isn't it? Because when you step into a relationship with someone, you have to acknowledge that you're not going to be the same person that you are 20 years from now. When you slide the ring down that finger, you're not going to be the same person 20 years from now. That person that you're getting married to is not going to be the same person 20 years from now. People change. People grow up. People move on with their lives. And if you guys aren't growing in the same direction, and that's causing misery and anger and friction, then you can't, the spiritual desires or any kind of spiritual growth you're going through is going to create that friction, and you're not going to be able to get rid of that friction if they don't change. Yeah. I think it's time to end it with this person. And I think everybody in the room, does anybody else second that opinion? I think it's time to walk away from this. But let me tell you something about dealing with the children. You have to be happy. Your children have to have a happy parent, okay? When your kids are looking, what are you teaching your kids if you stay in a relationship that's an abusive relationship? What happens when you stay in a relationship when the person you're with is a drunk, or when you're not happy, or when you're fighting all the time, or there's problems? You're teaching your kids, we have normalized being miserable in relationships and being miserable parents. It is not how you're not teaching your kids anything about how to live your life if you're miserable in the relationship. They can have their dad, but that has nothing to do with you. Your children's relationship with their father is their relationship with their father, but it's not your relationship with him. He's your fucking husband. You guys have a relationship that's just between you and him, has nothing to do with your kids. Your kids don't have anything to do with your happiness or not. If you have to leave that person so that you can be happy, that changes nothing about your kids being able to see their father as much as they want. If he's a great father and if the kids love him, that's great. It has nothing to do with you. Do not stick around for your kids. Please don't even dare fucking tell me that you're sticking around for the children. Please don't, because that's a cop-out on your part. That's you lying to yourself if you believe that you're sticking around for the kids. Don't do that. You're not helping them. You're not doing anything for your children by sticking around. You are not helping your children in any kind of way by staying around in this relationship. You're not helping them. You're not helping your kids. You're not doing them any favors by sticking around in this relationship with this person. And if that offended you, I am not sorry. You see what I'm saying? When you say you have not been with him, did you move out? Have you been separated from one another? Are you like living your own life now? I'm going to continue on with the reading in a second, because there's a lot of cards here for you that talk about your spiritual growth. Like I said, a lot of the messages coming through here are for your spiritual growth, not your relationship. Okay, well, we're going to teach you how to get over him tonight. Are you ready? We're going to teach you how to get rid of him tonight. Because guess what? The things that are going to change are you. Let me tell you about some of these. For one thing, you're due for a boost. You are due for you're due for an elevation. You're due for a new another spiritual breakthrough. It's about time for you to have a spiritual breakthrough. You did pull the Tower card, and the Tower card talks about flashes of enlightenment. It talks about realizations that can be earth-shaking, okay? Something that makes you quake in your boots. So the Tower card that comes for you really talks about how soon, like maybe even the next 3 months, you're going to have some kind of spiritual awakening that's going to help you, transition to whatever's next. The next thing is you pull the card Rise. You pulled the Rise card in the Earthcraft Oracle. What does the Rise card talk about? It talks about being the phoenix. It talks about rising from the ashes. It talks about shedding your old skin. It talks about a new version of you. It's talking about a new version of you. You also pulled the Five of Swords, and this is interesting because if I would have seen this earlier, I would have mentioned it. The Five of Swords represents someone in your life that is hiding something from you or keeping secrets from you, and that's your ex and the fidelity-related stuff. Okay, so the other thing that's coming through here is, listen to this. You need to be working on your psychic abilities. It's very, very important that you work on your psychic abilities, okay? Because you pull the Moon card, okay? And whenever I pull the Moon card for someone, that tells me that you have the abilities to develop your lucid dreaming skills, or you have the ability to be a lucid dreamer or a psychic dreamer. There are many different psychic abilities, and dreaming is one very, very, very major psychic ability. And I'm just wondering what the quality of your dreams are. Do you remember your dreams? Do you have lucid dreams? Because that's what that card talks about, you developing, or your abilities as a dreamer. And then also you pulled Sight of Owl. Ooh, Sight of Owl. Sight of Owl really talks about like wisdom, the ability to observe things from a wisdom standpoint, to be able to be objective, to see things from a bird's eye view. Chrissy, you need to have a dream journal, and you need to pay attention to your dreams. Oh, you're a shaman. Okay, then. Well, then that's on point. Do you have a dream journal? Are you maintaining a dream journal? Have you actually astrally projected in your dreams to a place of choice? Because there's many different levels and layers to dreams. People who are very, very, very adept lucid dreamers, when they go to sleep at night, automatically realize that they're dreaming, so that they're already pretty lucid when they go into the dream space, and then they're able to go places that they want. Have you ever projected yourself into a geographical location in your dream space? You pull the Elder card, which is the card of wisdom. You pull the the Ten of Pentacles, that talks about your ancestors and your ancestor spirits loving you very much, caring about you very much, and helping you. All right, so this is what you need to do, Chrissy. On this YouTube channel, are you ready for this? On this YouTube channel, if you go to my YouTube channel and you start scrolling down, I have all these saved playlists, okay, that have tons of videos on them about all kinds of stuff, Buddhism, yoga, all kinds of stuff. Scroll down until you get to the playlist that says Lucid Dreaming. Click on that playlist and watch those videos. Hey, Buggy. Yeah, but being told you do work in your sleep doesn't matter if you're not there for it, if you don't remember it. So what I need you to do is I need you to actually experience it. I need you to work on experiencing your dreams. And what you need to do more than anything else right now is have a dream journal, put it beside your bed. And when you're sleeping at night, if you wake up in the middle of the night from any dream, or when you wake up first thing in the morning, get in the habit of asking yourself the question, is this a dream? Am I in a dream? Am I dreaming? Am I awake? Am I awake, or am I dreaming? Okay. You need to watch the playlist about dreams and lucid dreaming so that you can get a more in-depth understanding of how dreams work. Have you ever seen that movie, Inception, with Leonardo DiCaprio? A dream within a dream within a dream. That movie is excellent. Okay. Hold on. You got more messages coming through. You have several magical practicing spirits in your court. You have a magician, someone that might have been an occultist. You've got someone who was a monk, or someone who was in some kind of monastic society where they were like a hermit. And you have some kind of female spirit around you that's associated with the moon also. So I don't know if you venerate like the triple moon goddess, or what kind of deity you reach out to, or that represents the divine feminine for you, but you are very, very, very intimately connected with the moon. And what I would recommend for you, Chrissy, is that this is something for you. Actually, this is for everybody, but and even Annalise, because of her being a, oh no, I think I did yours already. It doesn't matter. You should get your birth chart done. That's something that something I prescribe for you, Chrissy, is I do read birth charts. Eventually what you're gonna wanna do is get your birth chart read, so that you can get greater clarification on your purpose in life, so that you can get greater clarification about your karma, okay, what karma you brought in from the past life into this life. What's up with your relationships? Like, you talk a lot about the situation with your ex and the kids and all of that. There's got to be a karmic reason for this. And we can reveal those kinds of things by looking at your birth chart. There's so many things that can be pulled out of an astrological birth chart to understand your life and why you're living it and what's up. Contact me, or buy one from me off my website. Okay, I'm not trying to upsell myself here. Okay, I'm not trying to get more money out of you, but what I'm saying is it would benefit you if you have not had a Vedic astrologer or someone that practices sidereal Hindu astrology to read you. That might give you some more answers into what's going on with you. Spirit is talking about that you need to focus on your work right now. That whatever it is that you do for work is very, very important. You need to do that. You need to do that more. And you need to ask for a raise, or you need to demand more pay for what it is that you do. Like, you should be getting paid. You should be working hard, but you should be getting paid for your work. Don't do anything for free, is what the Spirit says. Don't do anything for free. Nothing is free. Nothing is free. Nothing is free. Ever in this world. Everything comes at a price in this dimension, in this world, in this version of reality. Everything is transactional. It's the nature of this place. Okay? And Spirit is saying that you pulled the World card. And what the World card really means, and I love this one because I love my mushroom cards. What the World card is really talking about is you need to tie up your loose ends. Cross the T's, dot the I's, make sure everything is punctuated properly, and be done with it and turn it in. So you're on the verge of moving on to the next phase of your life. You're moving past whatever you've been doing for the past decade is getting ready to come to an end. You're getting ready to start something new. So you need to sit down and you need to figure out what you want to do with yourself. You seem really, 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 really hung up on this person, and you really have to get over this person. Like, you are really, really, like, you need to get therapy over this person. Like, you need to be talking to a psychiatrist or a therapist, get medication if you have to, or something to be able to get over this person. But this person has fucked you over really, really bad in the brain, and no one is worth talking about that much. Well, nobody is worth that amount of attention, because I guarantee you, he is out fucking some other woman right now. He's doing just fine without you there. And I know that sounds really, really harsh, and I'm not trying to be mean to you, but I'm pretty much guaranteed that he's doing his own thing. He's not thinking about you when he goes to sleep at night. So you need to, like, move on, because you're, like, living your life all hung up emotionally with all of these emotional strings tied to this person. Your happiness in this person, or somehow have your ability to be happy and this person have somehow entangled themselves with one another, and we need to get you untangled. We need to get you unstuck, because you're stuck, you're trapped in this particular mode of being. And as long as you stay and allow yourself to stay trapped in this mode of being and locked into the mode of being that you're in, nothing's going to change for you. Things aren't going to get better for you. You have got to break it. You've got to cast a spell. You've got to do a cord cutting, or you got to do a serious breakage to break your energy away from this person. So even if I did your birth chart, you're not going to sit there and read the birth chart looking for the way to get back together with this person. When you read the birth chart, you need to understand why you got up with a toxic person and why you allowed that person to abuse you emotionally for so long, and why you're still having an issue letting that person go. That's why you need to read the birth chart. You're not going to read the birth chart to figure out what went wrong in the relationship. You probably should have never been in the relationship. That might have been a relationship that was not meant for you. That was one of your fuck-ups in this lifetime, because that's how things go. Hey, Ashika. So we need to figure it out, okay? But anyway, Chrissy, that's my reading for you, honey. I can't tell you anything else. That was a lot. That was a lot. All right, where's Annette and Crystal? Annette, Crystal, are you still around? Annette, you're next. Crazy. I was going to say, Chrissy, don't you dare go back. Don't you ever go back. Don't you ever go back to that shit. All right. What's up, Annette? No, Ishika. I am done for the night. I've got 2 more people that I'm getting ready to give readings to. And after that, my night is over. I've already done too much. I've got a shelf life on how many readings I can do with quality. Next time, come back next time, and I'll read you. All right, Chrissy, you got this, girlfriend. You know what? Maybe that's like age. I don't know. How old are you, Chrissy? How old are you, Chrissy? I'm finding that the older I get, the easier it is to get over and move past heartbreaks and relationships. Because I remember that when I broke up with my partner, my first partner, god damn, that was so hard to do. I broke up with him and then I got back together and then I broke up and we got back together. And he had me so roped in. Oh my God, I was so attached to that person, trauma bonded to that person. And it felt devastating to have to walk away from that relationship. I didn't get over that relationship for a decade. Took me a decade to get over that fucking relationship. And then the relationships that I had after that, like I had a relationship that was dramatic for 7 years. I can't even begin to tell you the amount of drama. It was hard walking away from that relationship. But what I'm finding is it's like when my heart breaks now, I'm like, okay, well, when my heart breaks, I'm like, we got a spill on aisle 37. Somebody go clean that up over there. That's how I feel. When my heart breaks these days, I get somebody else to go clean it up. Like, I'm not even there for it. I'm like totally checked out on the matter. I'm like, really? My heart just broke? That's interesting. All right, well, can't do anything about that. Unfortunately, time changes you, man. You just learn how to move on and move faster and get through it as fast as possible. Am I right, Magda? You gotta get over it as soon as possible. Because back when I was a teenager, if a relationship ended, or if I was in my mid-20s and a relationship ended, my life was over and everything was over. Oh my God, how could I go on? I'm a mess. I'm a shit show. I'm all over the place. I'm drunk. I'm 43 and I'm alone and I don't got any family to take care of me. And even though I have friends that are in driving distance of me, I am alone. I am a single man who lives alone and has to take care of himself. I cannot become a mess. I cannot hit the bottle. I can't have some kind of thing where like I can't perform as a human being because I'm not in a relationship. I can't do that anymore. I'm too old for that. Too old for that. Cannot have meltdowns. I am not allowed to have a meltdown. That's what I told myself. I am not allowed to have a meltdown. Chrissy, let me tell you something. I said this earlier. I don't remember who I said it to, but let me tell you something, and this is 100% truth. The only thing that makes it better, why is my mustache is all weird. The only thing that will make this situation better is time. The only thing that fixes these kinds of things is time. I'm all puffy, my face is all puffy, and so is my horrible mustache. No, Magda, I'm going to tell you what it is. You know what it is? It's not me being sure of myself. It has nothing to do with me being sure of myself. What it has to do with is realizing that because this relationship didn't work out doesn't mean that my entire life has to feel like it's gone into the garbage can. I'm not like going into the bathroom and putting my head in the toilet and flushing it and giving myself a swirly. I'm not giving myself swirlies over this person. Do you know what I'm saying? I can't. I'm too old for that now. I'm too old for everything to go to trash in my life because a relationship falls apart. I mean, I'm not trying to be flippant about it. I'm not trying to make light of the situation. I'm saying that the last relationship I was in, and you guys know the relationship that I was in, that was devastating to me. And I had to get over that really, 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 really fast, or else my life wouldn't be able to continue. And I'm not going to talk about my personal life. I'm just saying that, like, I couldn't allow myself to go to rehab again. There's just, I have a child, you know? I mean, like, you have to think about it. You have to think about, like, when you're me at my age and you're thinking about the responsibilities that you have in life, I don't have the time or the ability to be able to lose my mind. This is not the time. It's not the time to lose my mind. I don't have time for it. All right, Annette, here we go, girlfriend. I don't have time for a meltdown right now. Because I can be dramatic as hell. I'm laying down your cards right now, Annette. Looking at what's going on with you. There's some situation going on with you, Annette, that has to do with 3 people. It's like you and 2 other people. Usually when I pull that card, it talks about 3 ways, and it talks about, like, polyamory and open relationships and being involved with more than one person romantically. I don't necessarily feel like that is it, but there's some situation going on in your life that, if it's not right now, is going to be about you and 2 other people. Wow. You pulled cannabis. Let me just say, this is funny. I pulled the herbal astrological oracle, herbal astrology, and you pulled cannabis, and that planet, what is it? Saturn and Neptune govern over this card. Saturn and Neptune. What does cannabis as an herb, as a plant do in magic? It's a detachment. It gives you detachment. What this particular card is talking about is being detached from the situation to be able to look at things objectively. Seriously though, the detachment card talks about just like a yogi, right? Just as a yogi or a yogini is sitting in meditation on the yoga mat, with the holding onto their mudra, just smoking a joint and like sitting there and allowing yourself to be high and detached, because that's what that's all about, being high and detached from the body. It's telling you that you need to approach your world right now in the same way, comfortably detached from what's going on around you. So you're very enlightened, Annette. You're an enlightened person. You're not stupid. You're not a fraud or a fake. You're a genuinely spiritual person, and you have a very good grasp of the spiritual world. You already know this is what's gonna keep you up at night. It keeps me up at night. You already know, no matter what happens, good or bad, the outcome is not up to you. You already know, just like I know, just like there's a lot of other people in this room that follow me know. Doesn't matter what you do to the right or to the left, the outcome is going to be the outcome it's supposed to be, regardless of all the factors that could possibly factor into your life. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. And most of the time, it's not up to you. So we have a choice here as to whether or not we can be happy about that, and we can laugh about that, and we can sit around and have a drink or smoke a joint and slap each other on the ass and laugh hysterically over the fact that you've got no control over your motherfucking life. Or we could all be sad, and we could all sit in a room, and we could all cry, and we could all talk about all the things we don't have, and all the things that we wanted that we never got, and the parents that we never had, and all the stuff. But the point is that how you feel about the situation matters. How you feel. Your feelings matter, right? So just be comfortably detached from whatever it is that you're dealing with right now. Remind me to ask me that question again when I'm done with this reading, Kat. Don't forget to ask me that question again. So, for one thing, yeah, that's her card. Hecate is coming through for you in this reading. You've got Hecate coming through for you. The Spirit is also talking about paying attention to your health. And it's talking about that you need to sleep, that you need to get more rest. I'm not lying to you. So what I did was I pulled the Four of Swords. My Four of Swords is, not you need to sleep, you need to rest. You need more quality sleep, more quality rest, or you need a vacation, or you need some kind of break. And yeah. Whenever she comes through very, very, very clearly in my cards, in my messages. It's also how I know that someone's a witch or a shaman or somebody that walks that path, that liminal space, okay? I have a card that represents Hecate. Very, very specifically. And when she shows up, she shows up. Yeah. All right, so what else we got going on here? You pulled the Nine of Cups. The Nine of Cups talks about being greedy. It talks about being satiated, being full, feeling full or feeling satisfied. It also talks about, you know, basking in the sunlight, enjoying the benefits of your gifts, or enjoying the fruits of your labor, is what I'm trying to say. Your holy guardian angel also came for you in this particular reading, saying that your guardian spirit, whoever your guard is really, really strong in your life and very, very, very active. Next thing that's coming through for you is you pulled the Sun card. And whenever I pull the Sun card for someone, what that's really, really talking about is you need more solar energy in your life. And it could be that, I don't know exactly, because I always forget. You guys tell me the stuff that you work with and who you work with and things like that, and I forget. But it could be that there's a solar deity or a solar divinity or an image of the sun that you should consider working with, or working with those solar energies. You're funny, Buggy. Can I ask you a question, Annette? Like, what's up with your health? Are you having health-related issues right now? Because I feel like I've pulled that card more than one time for you. Ugh. Okay. All right. All right. So what I said then does mean something very, very important. What I said is important. So here's the thing: you need a mental break. You need like I said, you need some kind of like vacation. You need to be greedy for yourself, and you need to take time for yourself. Like, you need a mental health break. If you're having issues with the mental and behavioral health stuff, maybe you need to talk to your psychiatrist. Maybe you need to talk to your therapist, and maybe tell them, you know, you're not, you know, you don't feel great and your mental health is shit and you need something to balance yourself out or something. But let me tell you something. I suffer from bipolar manic depression, or they say bipolar disorder, whatever. I have that, and I have the anxiety and the existential dread and all of that, among other health problems, mental conditions that I have. And my mental health fluctuates. It goes up and down and up and down and up and down all the time. And I've learned to be at peace with it. At the age of 43, I've actually learned to allow myself just to be at peace with the fact that I've got all of these emotional and mental and behavioral health problems, and there's nothing I can do about it. And I just got to be okay with that. Does that make sense? I know that's really bad advice, probably. I just know that I'm getting really inspired here. Look, let me tell you something. About whether or not I have a very, very strong sense of who is me, who is I, who is the Atma, or I know that sounds crazy, but you know, a very strong sense of I understand the difference between the way my physical body feels and how my essence feel, my spirit feels. Because I live with chronic physical pain, because I've got all these mental and behavioral health problems, I got a lot of stuff. There's a reason why I live by myself. There's a reason why I'm single. There's a reason why I do the kind of work that I do. It's because it's what I can do to keep myself together. It's what I can do to keep myself from having a meltdown. Do you understand? So like being a massage person and doing oracle and tarot card readings, I do that because it's how I'm able to live and survive with all of my conditions, both my health conditions and my mental and behavioral health problems. But let me tell you something. Whoever it is that you really are, and whoever it is that I really am, okay? It is spirit. It is pure spirit. It is essence, okay? The consciousness, your pure consciousness is inhabiting this physical body, and as long as who you really are is embodied in this physical body, you are going to suffer all of the problems that the physical body is going to have. Everything the body suffers, you're going to have to suffer along with it. But you're not your body, okay? You're not your chemical dependencies. You're not your bipolar disorders, your personality disorders, your schizophrenia. These are all problems that come with having a physical body. But I am a dualist. I very firmly believe in the difference between spirit and matter. There's spirit and there's matter. My physical body is made out of matter. My spirit is my spirit. And somehow in the miracle of life, the spirit and the matter become entwined with one another. They become enmeshed with one another. There's a symbiotic relationship between the spirit and the flesh, okay? What I'm saying is very, very Gnostic, but at the same time, I don't have a negative view of the world. So there's flesh and there's matter. I mean, there's flesh and spirit, okay? And they're intimately connected with one another, okay? Who you really are is energy. You're just one big ball of energy, and you just happen to be inhabiting around and in a body, a physical body, okay? Because who you really are expands past your physical body. Like literally, we have to go like this to incarnate. And then when we die, the spirit goes like this. Do you see what I'm saying? So everything that you are has to come together from many, many, many different elements and components in order to be here. And then when everything ends for you, then everything has to release and go back to where it came from. But what I'm saying is that if you can learn to understand that the depression and the mania and the anxiety is just a physical situation that you're dealing with because it's some kind of chemical changes that are happening in your brain or some kind of biological changes that are happening in your body. You might not like them, but it doesn't change who you are. It doesn't change your consciousness. So who you are in spirit is just fine. And being able to see the world, or maybe putting this worldview, I mean, whatever, maybe it's just my worldview, but using that technique, that mental technique, thinking about like the experiences I'm feeling emotionally and mentally right now, even though they're unpleasant, doesn't really affect me as a spirit. It's just what I'm feeling in my body. That makes it a lot easier to tolerate having to deal with whatever. Anxiety attacks, panic attacks, existential crises, grief, sadness, loss, desire, lust. All of those things, all those experiences are all wrapped up with the physical body. Because it's like, well, that's it. You're an avatar. You're an avatar. This, just like, oh God, just like the movie Avatar, I watched like the first, me and Grant. Remember Grant? We tried to watch Avatar for like a half an hour and then I was over it and I was done with it. I didn't watch. I'm not interested in the movie. I think the movie is shit. But the whole concept that you are an avatar, you are a spirit having a physical experience. Because at least on this planet, Earth, you get the opportunity to be in a physical body. Here, this place. See what I'm saying? So as long as you're incarnated on Earth and you're dealing with this physical body, you're going to deal with all of the sufferings and all of the stuff that you inherit from your ancestors. Annette, your ancestral trauma might be coming through. What was done to your ancestors was done to you. What was done to your ancestors was done to you, because you hold that memory, you hold that chain. It is embedded in your DNA. It is encoded in your DNA. It is accessible. But what you need more than anything else is to take a break, baby. You need like a vacation, something to clear your mind. Yeah, I know. But here's the thing about not being ready for the conversation. The conversation is going to happen when Spirit wants to have that conversation, whether you're ready for it or not. Whether you're ready for having that conversation or not, Spirit, when it's ready to address it, is going to address it. You have to respond. Well, if you want to talk about it, we can talk about it. You know, hit me up, shoot me a text message. I mean, that's something that definitely, you know, you and I could talk about, because that sounds like really, really super intense, and maybe my, you know, any kind of opinion I have might be helpful for you. You know, I'm completely objective. I don't have any skin in the game. Like, I'm not emotionally invested enough in really anyone to really like be biased about shit. I want to know more about this. I really, 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 I really, really, really want to know more about this path. I'm so interested in it. I want you to tell me more about it. I'm gonna have to like Google it or something, because that's really phenomenal for you. I would not be afraid. Like, don't be afraid. How about this? Let me put it this way. You're gonna have your crisis moment, okay? The Tower card came for you. You're going to have your Tower moment. You're going to have your Tower card. And that's going to be okay. You're going to have a meltdown. But if it's a meltdown that you need to have, it's a meltdown that you need to have. I'm going to tell you what. You know, I recently got initiated into I was already initiated in voodoo once. I had my initiation in the Hispanic 21 divisions, the way they do that. But I got initiated in Haitian voodoo. That's why I went to Birmingham, Alabama to be with my mambo to get initiated in Haitian voodoo. And I want to tell you that it was one of the most intense experiences that I've ever had, and I've been through several initiations. It was the hardest one to get through. And what happened to me was the next day, when it was all over and I was driving back to North Carolina, my brain was churning over everything that had just happened to me, everything I had just went through, okay? And I lost it. I cracked. I felt like my head cracked open like an egg. I had this thought, this little epiphany in my head. Whatever. I started crying. I started bawling. I started screaming. I was yelling, like crying, wailing. And I was doing 70 miles on the interstate, and I was shaking, and I was like, I have to get off the interstate right now. I've got to get off the interstate so that I can stop. I just need everything to stop right now. I need to be able to process the information that's going on in my head. So I pulled off, got into a parking lot, and I sat there and I cried and I cried, and I totally lost my mind. Totally, my head just went like that. It just popped. Was not expecting it. That's the problem. The problem is it always hits you like a ton of bricks when you weren't ready for it, when you're not expecting it. That's when the flash of realization comes through. That's where the flash of enlightenment comes through. That's when you understand shit. But only when it pops. And you have no idea when that's going to happen. So what I'm saying is, but the other thing that I was going to say is that, like, I had to overcome a lot of fear also. I had a lot of fear. I had fears um, of the unknown. Obviously, you know, I'm afraid of everything. Actually, I'm so afraid of everything. I'm a fraidy cat. I really, really am. But then I'm like, no, not allowed. You can't be afraid. Cannot be afraid. Stand up, keep your chin up. You're moving forward. There is nothing that's going backwards, okay? We're not going in a backwardsly direction. We're only moving in a forward direction. There's only one way to go, Annette. That's a forward direction for you and for me. You going in your direction, me going in my direction, everyone in this room going in whatever direction they're going on. And guess what? There's no going back. There's only going forward. There's only going over or going under or going around or going through. But that's for us, the way we're experiencing the world is in a forwardly direction. So you cannot be afraid of what's going to come next. You cannot live your life in fear of, oh my God, what's going to happen next. Because if you allow yourself to be like that, one of those people, oh my God, I'm afraid of what's going to happen next, and you're like that, you would never get out of bed. You wouldn't leave your house. Because there's a lot of bad things that could happen. But you can't live your life in fear, or else your entire existence becomes frozen. You become stuck. So, Annette, like, you need some time off. You need a little bit of a breather. You need a little bit of a break. But then you also need to realize that, you know, you don't need to be afraid of, you know, your path. And whenever that flash of enlightenment that lets you know, why did my soul choose to do all of this, then you'll understand. There's a reason why my soul wanted to have the experiences that it's had up to the age of 43. I'm 43 years old, and I've had a lot of experiences. I've had a lot of really amazing experiences, and I've had a lot of bad ones. But for whatever reason, my soul chose to go down this particular path. There was a reason for that. It was because this particular path was going to be the path that woke me up. Does that make sense? It is what it is. All right, honey, that's all the time I have for you right now. That was a lot of spiritual information that came out for you. Crystal, where are you? My last reading of the night. Crystal, where is ya? Come out wherever you are. No, it's fine. I didn't even know if I was going to just look at your cards and to give you your money back and be like, I can't tell you anything. I already told you everything. Yeah. We'll talk. Just send me a message either on Facebook or send me a text message. See, so here's the thing about my Facebook Messenger. I do not, I don't get notifications for Messenger. I refuse. I do not want all of my notifications are turned off for all of the apps on my phone except for my phone and my text messages. That means I don't get a notification unless I get a text message from someone that I know, a client or a friend, or if I get a phone call, and I never answer my phone. Ever. It goes straight to voicemail. I refuse to answer my phone. I refuse to answer my phone. I don't answer phone calls, ever. If you want to contact me, you can text me. So if you guys wonder why you haven't heard from me, it's because I don't get notifications when I'm not working. Oh, I have very strong boundaries when it comes to communicating with the outside world, baby. A lot. I'm a sex worker. I've been working in the sex work industry for the past 16 years. We're going to be going on 17 years that I've been working as an erotic healer. Okay? I am a psychic medium by night, and I am a tantric body worker by day. Okay? So what I'm trying to say is that I have very, very, very strong boundaries when it comes to interacting with people because of what I do. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be like the oldest living sex worker. Be like 90 years old. Be like a 90-year-old sex worker. Well, I mean, my friend Grant, he's a sex worker too, technically. And he's 76. He's the oldest sex worker I know. Did you know that, Grant? You're the oldest sex worker I know. That's hysterical. These women would not even believe the shit that we do. Like, you guys... Oh, sorry. 75. 76 in November. Absolutely, Annette. Man, that's funny. I have Venus in my 9th house in Taurus. And I have Ketu in my 12th house in Leo. That's some fuck shit, okay? I just want to say that I got delivered at the right time, okay? Because yes, I have a spiritual path. Yes, I've been on a spiritual path. My whole life has been about spirituality since I was a child, since I was a little kid. Ever since I could ever remember, I was always doing something spiritual. And I was very spiritual when I was a little boy. Innately, naturally, okay? I just gravitated towards spirituality. But it's just interesting that Ketu in my 12th house decided that he wanted to make my spiritual path a left-handed path. Because Ketu is all about desires, and it's why you incarnate. Understanding the south and north node of the moon can really illuminate you when it comes to your karma, past life and future lives. But this path that I'm on has definitely been a different one. I just got a wave. I think that was Annette. I was like, damn, how could like you be born into a family of Jehovah's Witnesses and then end up being a witch? Like, the two absolutely do not, that doesn't like, how did that happen? Oh, Crystal. Okay. All right, all right, all right, all right. I'll answer that question. Um, wait, what was I talking about? What was the context of what I was talking about? I was talking to Annette, and I was explaining how... Okay. Okay, 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 you ready? Here we go. This is an amazing concept about your destiny, about your karma, about your soul contract, the choices that you made before incarnating. This is very, very interesting. The reason why this stuff is interesting is because it's cross-cultural, and the two cultures and the two spiritualities that inform my existence is Hinduism and Ifa. It's a West African spiritual religion, spiritual tradition, philosophy, system of divination, of magic and healing. Ifa and yoga are the two most important spiritual philosophies in my life that have led me down the path that I've gotten to believe the things that I do, and it's why the way I am the way I am because of yoga philosophy and because of Ifa. That's my spiritualities. That's what informs my existence. So when you ask me questions, I'm thinking about it from those perspectives. I'm not thinking about it from other perspectives. But the situation over here in both Ifa and Hinduism is there's a very, very strong concept of karma, very, very strong concept of cause and effect, that what you think, what you say, what you do, how you present yourself, how you move through space, how you interact with other people and everyone around you, matters and creates an effect. And the whole philosophy around Ifa spirituality is creating good character, generating good character, becoming a better person. Okay, Ifa is all about becoming the best version of you. And the concept is that if you go to Ifa to get your life reading, because it's a very particular ceremony that's done that gives you a life reading, what Orunmila, the Orisha of Destiny, says in his reading is he points out, this is your path, these are the things you are supposed to go through in life. This is your life, this is your life path, these are the things that you decided you wanted to experience when walking through your journey. We see the same philosophy in Hindu astrology, Vedic astrology, which is why I practice Vedic astrology. The whole concept is we can look at your birth chart and we can determine this is the reason why you incarnated. Why did you come here? And when you were born, how were all of the energies in the universe being played out that make you the way you are? That's what astrology is all about. The most important thing anyone should ever do is have their birth chart read, because by a Vedic astrologer, because it will give you a very, very strong understanding of like the karmas that you have generated. Because like I said, you come into this world, and you come into this world with credits and debts. And as you're going out, as you're going through life, you're paying out karma. You're receiving karma. You're paying out karma, and it's about being balanced, right? That doesn't sound good, spooky. It could have been a past life. That could have been a past life. You could have remembered that from a past life, from a previous incarnation. That could have happened. I have had dreams that were very, very, very realistic and very, very similar to what was going on in my life, working with players or characters that were in my life or around my life. And I've had these like parallel live dreams where like I'm doing something very, very different, but it's like I'm seeing myself through the eyes of a different version of me somewhere else. It's like that whole Doctor Strange multiverse of madness, that our dreams are kind of like a glance into our multiversal selves. I buy that. I believe that. I don't have any reason not to believe in it. I don't have a good reason not to think that way. But it could have been something that happened to one of your ancestors 200 years ago during the Salem witch trials, or something that happened, you know, in another life in another country, you know, in like if you have a family that comes from Portugal or comes from Italy or from the Mediterranean, you know, being burned burned at the stake for being a witch, you know, these things happened. Human beings are horrible. Human beings suck. But it could have been an ancestral dream, an ancestral memory that happened at some point in time to one of your ancestors, and the memory comes up because you have access to that. Remember, because like I said, who you really are, who you really are inhabiting this body, you're holding on to information that has a genetic code. It's encoded. It's like it's software that you have access to fuck with. So here's the thing about paganism and Western paganism. I'm going to be honest with you. If you want to learn old beliefs, you need to understand Hinduism, and you need to understand the Vedic religions, Vedic thought. Because if you want to follow back any Western European paganism, neo-paganism, mysticism, occult, whatever, ancestor veneration, whatever, you have to follow the language trail. You got to follow the language trail back. So you need to go back to Indo-European, Proto-Indo-European, most of the tradition, the Norse magical tradition and the Norse paganism, Druids, all of that stuff. Those are migrations of people that started in Eurasia, out in Eurasia and down in the steppe, and started traveling down towards India and across Western Europe. We have a language family, okay? The Indo-European languages, that there's a chart of that. Yes, that is in your chart, Chrissy. Yes. But anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that if you're trying to go backwards in time and trying to understand old philosophy and old ways of worshiping in a pagan path or a non-Christian Muslim or a Semitic religion, a non-Abrahamic path, and you're European, you know, look at the teachings of Vedanta, look at the teachings of the Vedas. Right. So my philosophy in life is informed by the Hindu system of how the universe works, because Hinduism and Ifa have many similarities to one another. Many similarities. All right, Crystal, did that answer your question? I'm shuffling up your cards right now, and then I'm going to read you. I guess what I'm trying to say is this is the concept in Ifa and Hinduism, okay? If at some point in time you are supposed to lose your husband, or you are supposed to get divorced, okay, or you are supposed to be not married. If you were married when you were earlier, there's time for a breakup or a divorce. If it's in your destiny to be married and divorced, then that's going to happen. It doesn't matter how it happens. It doesn't matter if you're married to a man or a woman, or you're polygamous or something else. You're going to have a divorce. If you were meant to come into money at a particular time, you're going to come into money at a particular time. See what I'm saying? So the concept is the choices you make on a day-to-day basis are moving you closer or further from your destiny. But when something is meant to happen in your life, it's just going to happen. And that's what Hindu astrology does. That's what Hindu astrology talks about or shows. That there are certain karmas we can change. There are certain karmas we can change, we can improve. And then there are certain karmas that we absolutely cannot change, we will not be able to improve. So you have some control, but ultimately you don't really have control over the system. You have a certain layer of control, or that the perceived feeling of being in control, but ultimately in this mathematical equation that we call reality, it's set to be a very particular kind of way. And that's not being nihilistic. I'm just saying that every cause has a reaction, or every reaction has a cause. My cards are all messed up. I only read upright cards. I don't read reverse cards. If you read tarot, you don't need to read reverse cards. That's just an extra thing you don't need to worry about. Just read the cards face up. And yes, you can buy your own tarot cards. You don't have to wait for somebody else to buy you tarot cards. Okay, Witch in Kitchen. Good night, Lauren. Thank you for being with me. All right, Crystal, my dear, I'm going to take a pee break before I read you. But you're going to be my last reading of the night. It doesn't matter if it's reversed or not. It really doesn't. It does matter if it's, so here's the thing. Because I only read the cards upright, if I lay down a card and it just accidentally came out upside down, I flip it straight up if I didn't shuffle my cards right. But if you want to do reverse cards, the reverse card in a tarot spread means that the opposite of what the original meaning is. Oh, wow. Awesome. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, Crystal. Let's see what comes out for you. And if you're thinking about reality in terms of mathematical equations, then you would think that every single card that I pull right now is a card that's supposed to be pulled. That's the idea. That's the idea behind divination. That's the idea behind these ancient techniques of divination, whether it's casting lots, I Ching, I Fa, tarot cards, runes, dice, whatever. If you believe in the world as a spiritual science, then you see these things as important. But someone who is only a materialist or a scientist that can only think of numbers and doesn't have the ability to have an artistic vision of the world will never understand magic, because magic is also art. Magic is an art and a science. Witchcraft is an art and a science. So you have to see the world like that if you're going to find value or meaning in any of the spiritual stuff. If you don't see any value in art, then you can't see any value in spirituality either. If you're a spiritual person, you probably like art or are an artist in some kind of way. Singer, dancer, musician, whatever, artist. But we can talk about reality any way we want. But tonight we're talking about reality and metaphors. So, okay, Crystal. Okay. So let me ask you a question, Crystal, because you have a very positive reading. There's not a lot of negative stuff coming through for you at all, but there are a few. So I want to go ahead and ask you, is there some particular situation right now that you're in where people are trying to create conflict with you, like because of jealousy or because of competition? Or are you in a situation where you feel like other people are trying to drag you into their drama, into their problems, into their life? Because you pulled the Five of Wands. And whenever I pull the Five of Wands card for someone, it talks about conflict, it talks about strife, but it talks about conflict and strife between multiple parties, like more than two people, like three or more. So what they're trying to say is, don't allow yourself to be roped into or pulled into someone else's problems that have nothing to do with you. If you've got a friend group, you got like 4 gals you hang out with, and 2 of them have a falling out, and then they start fighting with one another, then one's calling you and the other one's calling you, trying to get somebody to take their side. Don't do that. Don't engage in it. Say, I don't have time for this. No, I'm not going to have that conversation. What is another example of that? Your family members. So your husband is having a problem with your son, or your mother is having a problem with your sister. That's not your fucking problem. Not your problem. Why are you allowing other people's problems to be your problems? That's what that card means, fundamentally, to me. So don't allow other people to take advantage of you. That's also a way that people take advantage of you. Wow, Crystal. So what are you going to do? Or is that why you're getting a reading? Because you're trying to figure it out? Hold on. Let me see what the spirit is talking about over here. Spirit of the West. Is there family member, are there family members that live west of where you are? in a westernly direction? Are there friends that are like out west or west of you? Because one of the messages that came through for you just hit me really funny. And the way it hit me was to ask you about whether or not there's opportunities for you to live somewhere else that is west of where you're living. Because I see the Three of Wands talks about your ship is coming in. That's a good thing. The Seven of Pentacles came for you, which talks about being patient and waiting on the universe to provide. This is very, very important, okay? Three of Wands talks about waiting for your ship to come in, okay? It can also talk about travel or moving. Seven of Pentacles shows this person over here who's waiting for the fruit to be ripe on their plant. They did all this planting, they did all of this stuff. They're waiting for the fruit to ripen and for it to become seasoned. That's what the Spirit is saying. I pulled this card, Spirit of the West. And when I pulled Spirit of the West, I didn't know whether or not that meant anything to you. Maybe it doesn't. You pulled the Tulsi plant. Tulsi plant talks about wealth, that your wealth is going to be increasing or that you're a wealthy person. Skullcap comes for you. It talks about stillness, being still. So there's some really, really important messages that are coming through for you right now, which is if you're trying to get out of your sister's house, it looks very positive that that's going to be able to happen. It looks like you're going to be able to get what you want. You just need to be patient. The Two of Pentacles comes to you. The Two of Pentacles talks about juggling multiple tasks or multitasking. It also talks about being able to stay balanced between your spiritual and the material existence. You know, don't allow one or the other to overwhelm you or take control over your life. The Star card comes for you. And the Star card says that your holy guardian angel, or the spirit that is your guide over your head, is walking with you, and the other spirits in your spiritual court are in alignment, and they're trying to help you get to where you need to be also. Four of Pentacles talks about being greedy. Four of Pentacles talks about being greedy, taking care of yourself, giving yourself care, showing love to yourself. The Four of Swords comes for you. The Four of Swords is talking about that you need to get better sleep, that you need to get better rest. Okay, hold on. Let me regroup over here. You have any questions so far? Okay, that makes me want to cry. The guides, the self-care, I don't know how to do anymore. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You know how to do self-care. You know what it is that you need. You need to just do something that you want to do. Go get your hair done. Go get your hair dyed purple and pink. Go get your nails done. Okay, go get a massage. Go buy, you know, some cupcakes or some ice cream, or do something that's self-soothing. What you need to do right now in your life, my love, is more self-soothing things. Okay, masturbation is self-soothing. That's a form of self-love. That's a form of self-care. That's taking care of yourself sexually. That's loving yourself sexually. That's what that is. So you can love yourself in many, many different ways, right? You can love yourself by feeding yourself nourishing foods. You can love yourself by going to sleep and having some tea so that you sleep better. Do you see what I'm saying? That's good. We're dealing with feelings of self-worth. We're dealing with low self-esteem and low self-worth related issues right now. Is that what I'm saying? because it's interesting, because where's the other card? Yeah, you pulled the Three of Swords, but you pulled the Eight of Swords. And the Eight of Swords talks about feeling stuck, feeling trapped. Talks about feeling stuck, feeling trapped in a particular mode. You need to value yourself. You need to care about yourself. You should love yourself. You know, I'm sure you've had a rough life. A lot of us in here who have made it thus far in life, that made it into this room, I think have had a hard life. I don't think I have any people that follow me that haven't had a rough life. I think I attract a very particular type of person. I think people that follow me are also people who have had it really rough. You've had a rough life, but you don't sound like a horrible person. Oh, I totally understand. Yeah. So let me tell you about some of these spirits that I see around you. For one thing, you have a spirit that's coming through for you that's very, very, very magical. You have a very magic. That's the other thing. All of you are witches. Most of you are all witches, which also makes life interesting because you guys got a lot of spirits. And you have, oh God, it's coming to me. For one thing, you have nature spirits that are around you that are gnomes. You have gnomes around you. You have like gnomes and you have fairies that are around you. But besides that, you have a spirit guide in your court that is a man who looks like Santa Claus. He looks like Santa Claus. He looks like he's a deity. He looks like a divinity. He is a northern spirit. This is a northern spirit. But like, I don't think it's Norse. I don't even think it's Norse. He's like, he looks like Santa Claus because he's short, he's white, he's got a long white beard, he's got white hair that's kind of puffy like a troll, and he's wearing a red cap over top of it. That's like a big round conical cap that's red. He looked like, at first I thought that he was like a gnome or some kind of nature spirit, but this is definitely, you got a lot of earth. You got a lot of earth spirits around you. It could be Celtic, but what I'm saying is that this particular entity, he's like a magician. Like he practices magic, but the kind of magic he practices can't be identified into, for me, being Celtic or Nordic. It's almost like it could be further east. He could be Finnish, or he could be Baltic. I don't know why I just heard Estonia. But this particular entity practices magic, and they practice magic with the earth. A lot of earth-related stuff. A lot of flowers, a lot of fruits, a lot of herbs. I know, it throws me for a loop too. Okay. You also pulled the Chariot card. The Chariot card is the card that says you have a beautiful balance. You have a beautiful balance between light and shadow, yin and yang, positive and negative, light and darkness. So that Chariot card is telling you that you need to stay balanced and harmonized, and that, you know, whenever you're feeling unbalanced, that is not the time to practice magic. Bring yourself back to balance first, and then practice your witchcraft, then practice your magic. But always, the thing that you need to be concerned about the most right now on your spiritual path is maintaining balance and harmony in your life, okay? Does that make sense? That's what the Chariot card means. You also have a female spirit that's coming through for me that's very much like a Bruja. I see a female spirit coming through, but the way she's coming through for me is kind of like a Bruja. And when I say Bruja, I mean like Mexico or Peru or some other kind of like one of the countries that come from South America. A witch has to be able to, or a magician, it doesn't matter if you're a magician or a witch or a magician has to learn how to balance these energies out in themselves or around them. Exactly, yin and yang. You have to find balance. If you don't find balance, then things are going to be very, very difficult for you to do on the spiritual path. You have to stay balanced. You also have a trickster that walks with you. You have a trickster spirit, which is not bad. You have a crossroads spirit that's very, very important to you. In my tradition, he's called Elegua, or Eshu, or Legba, or Papa Legba, or Ilegba. The deity is known as Eshu Elegbara, okay, in West Africa, but has many, many different manifestations. And that particular entity is coming through for you. Well, one of a version of that, okay, not Loki. Loki is not the same. Loki as a divinity or as a deity is about chaos. Loki is someone that creates chaos. Loki is someone that brings negativity. Loki brings negative energy into space. Okay. But Loki is not a crossroads deity. He never was. So when I'm talking about a trickster spirit, I'm talking about like in a West African sense. I'm not talking about Loki. Does that make sense? That's cool, Crystal. But here's the other thing. Everyone has a spirit like that in their spiritual court. So if you haven't worked with your crossroads spirit or you haven't worked with your Mercury, okay, then that's an area that you want to do. So here's an occult thing. There's this concept, oh, this is really super occult. Oh, it's so occult. I don't even want to say it out loud because it's kind of crazy sounding. But the idea is that, you know, there's always this concept of seven. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7 being a spiritual number, okay? 7, most people will say, well, you have 7 spirit guides, just like you have 7 chakras, just like there are 7 planets, okay, that control astrology, okay? But the concept is that, you know, all of your spirits also have their own influences planetary-wise. And so the person that represents the trickster and the person that represents the crossroads and the liminal space and the messenger has usually always been attributed to the planet Mercury. So if you want to try to get in contact with this particular energy, then you need to work with more mercurial elements in your craft or in your practice, trying to attract that energy, to work with that. Because these entities are entities that open your doors and they close your doors. See what I'm saying? I have decolonized my brain so much that when I think in terms of spirituality, I'm thinking in terms of like Hinduism and African spirituality. I'm not thinking about them in terms of like the Western, whatever happened in the West. So much stuff was colonized, it's not funny. So much stuff was colonized, even in a peripheral way. Like, even if because it's impossible for religions not to change and evolve when they come into contact with other religions. Christianity did a real fucking number on this world with its theology, with its teachings, and with its conquest to take over the entire world. Christianity tried. It didn't succeed, but it tried to create a Christian world. Then Islam came around and said, haha, motherfucker, no, you're not the only person that's going to try to dominate the world. And then, Islam. So Christianity and Islam are the two largest religions in the world with the most devotees, with the most followers, okay? But that being the case, these religions have affected the other religions that have come into contact with it. And always, oh, Jesus, that scared me. Shut up. And always in a negative way. Like, never in a positive way. Always in a negative way. Hey, Aaron. Did that make sense, Crystal? Was that helpful or more confusing? Oh, well, fuck her. Fuck cousin. Tell her to go suck on a banana. Go suck on some eggs. Good. All right, everybody. I had a really good time hanging out with you tonight. So good to see all of you. Thank you for supporting me. I'm not sticking around. I'm leaving now. So have a great rest of the night. And if you're my friend on Facebook, then you'll probably see me on Facebook posting some kind of garbage. And if we had a conversation tonight and I told you to contact me, please contact me, text me, so that I can keep the conversation going past this app, okay? Have a great rest of the night, guys. Happy 4th of July.